Chapter 12-13. Shut up. Muju's eyes turned cold as he cut off Tuobashir's arm like a knife. Tuobashir let out a beast-like roar. Muju. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. He stared at Muju and said, "I'll kill you and make you die a miserable death." Huh, Lu Ming, are you joking? Kill me? Today, I've mobilized so many experts of the Mu clan. Do you think you can escape? All of you will die. Muju laughed out loud, extremely arrogant. Kill them. In the end, Muju waved his hand and gave the order. Kill. Die, brat. Cold shouts could be heard and terrifying auras erupted. Their vital essence boiled and terrifying murderous intents shrouded Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and Long Chen. Roar. The archaic dragonesque elephant appeared on Long Chen's body and he turned into a giant elephant as big as a mountain. The archaic dragonesque elephant let out a long roar and took a step forward. An 8th-level spirit god expert's expression changed drastically as he screamed miserably and his body was torn apart. Then, the elephant swung its trunk and a 9th-level spirit god expert spat out blood and was sent flying in horror. Previously, one of their perfected spirit god experts suddenly attacked Long Chen and sent him flying. They thought that Long Chen was only so-so. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so terrifying when he exploded. Xiao Qing, help me. Lu Ming shouted as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He stepped on the void and dashed toward Muju. Muju's expression changed drastically as he carried Tuobashir and retreated. He shouted, kill him for me. Swoosh. Swoosh. In an instant, 5 or 6 experts rushed towards Lu Ming. The weakest among them was at the 8th-level spirit god realm. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianyanqing also used the bloodline fusion and turned into a peerless heavenly demon. He pressed his jade-like hands and a powerful heavenly demon force field erupted. The expressions of those 8th and even 9th-level spirit god experts changed one after another. This was because they were all obstructed by the heavenly demon force field, especially those at the 8th level of the spirit god realm. Devour. The 9 dragons roared, and the power of devouring erupted, enveloping the 5 or 6 experts, weakening their battle prowess once again. Bang! 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 Then, the 9 dragons stepped out. Oh no! Ah! A few shrill cries resounded out successively as a few 8th-level spirit god realm experts were split into pieces under the 9 dragons' claws, and they perished on the spot. Bang! Bang! The 2 9th-level spirit god realm experts retreated madly as well, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood while their countenances were ghastly pale. Kill! The 9 dragons roared as they took a few steps forward. Their 2 dragon claws clawed at the 2 9th-layer spirit god realm experts. The might of the hell-suppressing heaven art erupted, making it impossible for them to dodge. Help! The 2 experts at the 9th level of the spirit god realm roared loudly with terror, and then they executed their bloodline fusion techniques and erupted with all their strength to resist. However, it was useless. Under the 9 dragons' dragon claw, his bloodline collapsed. When he returned to his human form, he was torn apart by the dragon claw. Roar! The power of devouring erupted and completely devoured the blood essence energy of the spirit god realm experts. Muju and Mu Feng were almost scared out of their wits, and they retreated madly. This was too terrifying and too shocking. Long Chen and Lu Ming had erupted with power, and they could kill 8th-level spirit god realm experts like they were slaughtering chickens. Even 9th-level spirit god realm experts were dead. They were only at the 5th level of the spirit god realm, so how could they be so terrifying? Bastard, you're courting death. An explosive shout resounded as a white-haired old man stepped out and struck out with his palm. Surging lava roiled in his palm, and it condensed into a meteorite that blasted towards Lu Ming. Perfect Spirit God Realm. The Perfect Spirit God Realm expert attacked again. Bang! A perfect spirit god realm expert was too powerful, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than a 9th-level spirit god realm expert. His true essence erupted, and with a shake, it shattered Xian Yanqing's heavenly demon force field. Xian Yanqing's delicate body trembled, and she retreated repeatedly with a pale face. Bang! 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 The 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously, bombarding the meteorite, and 9 explosions resounded. With each explosion, Lu Ming retreated a few steps. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming retreated repeatedly, and his dragon body trembled. Lu Ming was suppressed by a perfect spirit god realm expert in the end. Roar! On the other side, the primordial dragon-esque elephant let out a long roar. Its power was incomparably powerful, and it killed several experts in succession. Even a 9th-level spirit god realm expert died in Long Chen's hands. But at this time, a perfect spirit god realm expert also attacked and suppressed Long Chen. Lu Ming, retreat quickly, don't worry about me. Tuoba Shi roared. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, if they wanted to break out of the encirclement, they might be able to break out. Lu Ming, if you break out of the encirclement, I'll kill him immediately. Mu Ju shouted. Lu Ming and Long Chen's battle prowess really scared him. If he let such powerful figures escape, he wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Don't even think about using me to threaten them. Even if I die, I won't die in such a cowardly manner. Tuoba Shi roared furiously. A terrifying fluctuation erupted from his body, emitting a dazzling radiance. You, lunatic! Mu Ju's expression changed drastically. He suddenly shook off Tuoba Shi and retreated frantically. Let's die together. Tuoba Shi laughed and rushed towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Bang! Then, Tuoba Shi's entire body exploded, and violent energy swept towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Self-explosion, Tuoba Shi self-exploded, and there was nothing left of him. 2 figures flew out. They were Mu Feng and Mu Ju. At this time, Mu Feng was incomparably miserable. Both of his arms were gone, and half of his body was blown up. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. However, his vitality was quickly dissipating, and even a deity couldn't save him. Mu Ju's cultivation was strong, and he was much better off. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. Young lord, are you all right? 2 experts appeared beside Mu Ju. I'm fine. Attack, kill them. Attack together and kill them all. Mu Ju roared. The remaining experts rushed towards Long Chen, Lu Ming, and Xian Yanqing. There were as many as 4 people in the Great Perfection Spirit God realm. The remaining people were all in the 9th-level Spirit God realm. Tuoba. At this moment, Lu Ming calmed down. However, the extremely cold killing intent in his eyes was unimaginably dense. Shao Qing, enter the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded. She knew that Lu Ming would be able to perform better if he was alone. With a roll of light, Xian Yanqing's figure was sucked into the mountain river diagram. Kill! With a loud shout, a huge stone tablet appeared. Suppressing Prison's steel bloodline. The 9 dragons turned into a ray of light and entered the suppressing Prison's steel bloodline. Buzz! The suppressing Prison's steel bloodline vibrated and became 10,000 feet tall, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. Especially the word steel at the bottom, it had a shocking energy. Bang! The suppressing Prison's steel suppressed a Great Perfection Spirit God realm expert. Break! Chapter 12:14. The hell-suppressing steel collided with the meteor like 2 stars colliding, and a terrifying energy fluctuation swept out in all directions. Countless stone pillars were turned into powder by the energy fluctuation. Bang! Amidst the flaming radiance that filled the sky, the enormous meteor was blasted back violently and fiercely collided with the ground, creating a huge hole. The perfection stage spiritual god expert was no match for Lu Ming and fell into a disadvantageous position. Not far away, Mu Ju was almost scared to death. This is too terrifying. Even a perfection stage spiritual god expert is no match for him. What combat strength is this? Suppress. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the hell-suppressing steel and continued to suppress the enormous meteor. Swoosh. At this moment, an enormous palm blasted out from the side and blasted onto the hell-suppressing steel, blocking it for a moment. It was another perfection stage spiritual god expert. Bang! Seizing this opportunity, the enormous meteor flew out of the ground and converged with the other perfection stage spiritual god expert. Let's attack together. This person is too monstrous. An aged voice sounded out from the enormous meteor, and it was filled with dense astonishment. Attack! The other perfection stage spiritual god shouted loudly. The two perfection stage spiritual gods joined forces and charged towards Lu Ming. A perfection stage spiritual god was several times stronger than a 9th level spiritual god and was extremely terrifying. In a sense, a perfection stage spiritual god was already at the peak of the spiritual god realm and stood at the peak of the spiritual god realm. On the other hand, a perfection stage spiritual god was actually just a transitional stage on the way to becoming an emperor. An emperor needed to transform one's intent into a domain, whereas a sovereign had already comprehended the embryonic form of a domain but hadn't completely transformed it into a domain. Kill. Even when facing two perfection stage spiritual gods, Lu Ming's killing intent still soared into the sky. The hell-suppressing steel emitted a dazzling radiance and madly pressed down on the two. Bang! Bang! The two perfection stage spiritual gods joined forces to resist and erupted with terrifying attacks, but the result was that they were suppressed by Lu Ming and were constantly bombarded by the steel, causing them to retreat repeatedly. The two of them joined forces but were still at a disadvantage. Heaven battling Dracophant. On the other side, the archaic dragonesque elephant went berserk. Its body swelled up, and dense scales covered its body. It was 30,000 meters tall and had a terrifying might that could trample mountains and rivers. Long Chen was facing two perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods as well. At this moment, the terrifying combat strength of the primordial dragonesque mammoth was vividly displayed. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all when fighting two perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods by himself, and he was even in an advantageous position. Perfect bloodline of one of the top 10 beasts, its power is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sensed the situation over there and was secretly shocked. At the same time, Lu Ming was also looking forward to the 9 Dragons bloodline. Right now, the 9 Dragons bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine realm and had yet to reach perfection. However, once the 9 Dragons bloodline reached perfection, it would definitely become even stronger and give birth to the 9th dragon force. Its power would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, with just the 9 Dragons bloodline, his power would not be weaker than Long Chen's. When the two of them joined forces, they'd actually forcefully suppressed 4 perfection stage spirit god realm experts. How could this be? How could this be? Mu Ju muttered to himself as his eyes widened in fear. They were too strong. The strength of Lu Ming and Long Chen had far exceeded his expectations. He'd already overestimated Lu Ming enough. He'd brought 4 perfection stage spirit god realm experts along with more than 10 8th level and 9th level spirit god realm experts. With such terrifying combat strength, not only had they failed to kill Lu Ming and Long Chen, but they'd also fallen into a disadvantageous position. He'd never dreamt of this. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel shook and repelled the 2 perfection stage spirit god realm experts. Then, it moved horizontally and killed a 9th level spirit god realm expert. Then, the prison-suppressing steel directly pressed down on a perfection stage spirit god realm expert who was fighting with Long Chen. That expert had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him. At this moment, he was fighting with Long Chen with all his strength. He was caught off guard and was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. He let out a miserable cry as half of his body exploded. He only had half a breath left as he fell to the ground. Join forces. Lu Ming said. All right. Long Chen replied without the slightest hesitation. He let out a long roar and stomped out with his elephant leg that was like a heavenly pillar. The other perfection stage spirit god realm expert spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Buzz. Then, Lu Ming pressed down and killed the perfection stage spirit god realm expert. Not good. Young master, retreat. The two perfection stage spirit god realm experts who were fighting with Lu Ming earlier had a drastic change in expression. Lu Ming suddenly shifted his opponent and joined forces with Long Chen to kill the two perfection stage spirit god realm experts. It was already too late for them to help. At this moment, all they could think of was to escape. Run. 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 Muju roared in his heart as he turned around and fled madly. The two perfection stage spirit god realm experts followed closely behind him. There were also a few 9th level spirit god realm experts. Kill. How could Lu Ming let Muju escape so easily? The huge prison suppressing steel broke through space and charged towards Muju. Bang. Bang. The primordial dragonesque elephant stepped on the void, causing space to explode as he chased after Muju. The distance between both sides was constantly closing. Run. Run. You guys take me and run quickly. You guys go and block them. Muju ordered the two perfection stage spirit god realm experts to take him and escape. He also ordered a few 9th level spirit god realm experts to block Lu Ming's group. The faces of the few 9th level spirit god realm experts turned red. Asking them to block Lu Ming's group. Wasn't that just courting death? They naturally didn't want to go. If you guys don't go, I'll go back and report to my father. You guys will also die. Muju roared in anger. He was the young master of the Mu family. Moreover, he was extremely talented and would definitely step into the emperor realm in the future. Therefore, he had a lot of authority. The few 9th level spirit god realm experts looked at each other and suddenly flew to both sides. They actually fled directly. They would die if they went to block Lu Ming's group. They would also die if they went back. They might as well run away directly. Damn traitor. Muju roared and almost wet himself. The two perfection stage spirit god realm experts took Muju and ran at top speed. However, Lu Ming and Long Chen were getting closer and closer. Not good. Lu Ming, a supreme being expert, is approaching. It might be the Mu family's supreme being. Dandan suddenly shouted. Supreme being. Lu Ming's face changed. With his current cultivation, he would definitely die if he went against a supreme being. A supreme being was already half a step into the emperor realm. Once the embryonic form of the domain was released, who could compete with him? Killing a perfection stage spirit god was as easy as eating and drinking. Lu Ming's group was no match for him. Lu Ming, retreat quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. A supreme being can tear space apart and travel. Dandan anxiously shouted. Lu Ming's face changed. He then shouted, Long Chen, go. After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and flew away. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Xian Yanqing in the future. However, he couldn't bring Xian Yanqing along to face a supreme being with him now. Although Long Chen didn't know why, seeing Lu Ming acting like this, he must have discovered something. Without hesitation, he turned around and followed Lu Ming, running wildly to the rear. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away. Chapter 12-15. Huff. Muju heaved a long sigh of relief after escaping with his life. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ming, Long Chen. Muju gritted his teeth. This time, their losses were too great. They had lost more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spirit god realm experts and 2 great perfection spirit god realm experts. They were all high-level spirit god realm experts. Even if the Divine Ruins continent was filled with experts, he would still be punished by his father for losing so many of them. Rip. Suddenly, the space cracked and a middle-aged man stepped out. Elder Muyu, it's you? Muju's eyes lit up when he saw the middle-aged man. He was excited. Supreme, the Mu family Supreme is here. He finally knew why Lu Ming and the others were in such a hurry to escape. They must have sensed the arrival of a Supreme. Young Lord, what's going on? Muyu frowned when she saw Muju and the others in a sorry state. Someone killed the Mu family's people. Elder Muyu, they are in front of us. Quickly chase after them and kill them. Muju shouted. Who dares to kill my Mu family's people? Courting death. Young Lord, I'll bring you with me. Let's chase after them. Muyu's true essence wrapped around Muju and tore the space apart. She brought Muju into the space and chased after Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, what's going on? Lu Ming and Long Chen were running at full speed. A Supreme is coming. Lu Ming said. Long Chen's face changed. Although he didn't know how Lu Ming could sense the Supreme, they would die if they were to face a Supreme with their current strength. Both of them were extremely fast. They were like two streaks of lightning that pierced through the void. At this moment, Lu Ming had already transformed into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons stepped on the void and their speed was shocking. Long Chen's ancient dragon-esque elephant might have a huge body and boundless strength, but its speed was terrifyingly fast. Every step it took caused the void to explode. It covered 1,000 li in a single step. The two of them were heading towards the core of the divine ruins. Not good. Hurry up. The Supreme is coming. Dandan urged anxiously. Quick. Lu Ming shouted. He and Long Chen erupted with all their strength and rushed forward. When Lu Ming heard that the Ji Zun was coming, he did not hesitate to fly towards the core of the ruins of God. If they had headed in any other direction, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. A Jizuan could tear through space, and no matter how fast they were, they wouldn't be able to outrun a Jizuan. They would definitely be caught. The only way to survive was the core of the ruins of God. Although the core of the ruins of God was rumored to be very dangerous, he could only take a gamble. Almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The area ahead was filled with blood-red mist. Looking from afar, it looked hazy. That was the core area of the ruins of God, the legendary forbidden area. Anyone who entered would die. However, Lu Ming and Long Chen had no choice but to enter and hide temporarily. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both of them were decisive people. Without any hesitation, they charged into the blood-colored area and disappeared. Rip! Just as the two of them charged into the core area, the space outside the core area cracked open. Muyu and Muju stepped out of the crack. Young master, they've entered the core area. Muyu frowned. The core area is a place where even emperors will die. They're dead for sure. It's a pity that they're going to die just like that. Muju's face was hideous as he gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to take down Lu Ming and Long Chen and make them wish they were dead. Also, Xian Yanqing was such a beauty. He wanted to take her down and enjoy her, but now, he could only let them die for free. They naturally did not dare to enter the core area of the ruins of God because even emperors would die if they entered. It was too strange and dangerous. However, Muju was still worried and said, Elder Muyu, please stay here for half a month. No one has been able to survive for more than half a month in the core area. If they don't come out after half a month, it means that they're dead for sure. All right, young master, please rest assured. Muyu nodded. Then, Muju waited for a day. After a day, Lu Ming and the rest did not come out, so Muju went back alone, leaving Muyu to wait for them. As soon as Lu Ming and Long Chen rushed into the core area of the ruins of God, the environment behind them changed abruptly, as though the stars had changed. What's going on? The two of them stopped at the same time and looked behind them. There was a blood mist behind them and they could not see the situation clearly. Logically speaking, although there was blood mist, they should be able to see some things with their eyesight. But now, everything was blurry. This place, could it be that we're in a formation? Lu Ming guessed. Phew, we're safe. I can't sense that prime anymore. Dandan patted its chest with its claws and let out a long breath. The 9 dragons shrunk their bodies. Lu Ming and Long Chen turned into their human forms. Prime did not chase after us. Let's recover first. With that, Lu Ming landed. This area was still in ruins. Below them was the remains of an ancient palace. Lu Ming landed and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of ores appeared. Lu Ming swallowed them and began to refine them. After a series of battles, his true essence was severely depleted and needed to recover. Long Chen did the same. He took out a pile of ores and began to recover. Half an hour later, their true essence had recovered to its peak. Whoosh whoosh, the cold wind whistled, and it was the only sound in this silent land. The blood mist seemed to have thickened. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. I feel that this place is very strange. If we stay here for too long, it will be very dangerous. Dandan's eyes darted around as she said. Lu Ming nodded. His glabella shone and Xian Yinqing's figure appeared. This is? Xian Yinqing looked around and was slightly stunned. Shao Qing, this is the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened. Then, they chose the direction they came from and walked in that direction. However, after walking for a while, they found that they couldn't get out at all. It was as if they didn't come from this direction at all. Is it really a formation? Lu Ming frowned. No, this is more advanced than a formation. There is an inexplicable force that changed the field of the area, making it impossible to tell the direction in this place. Right now, we seem to be walking out, but it is possible that we are walking in. Dandan frowned and analyzed. Dandan, can you see the flaws and find a way out? Lu Ming asked. If I was at my peak, this would be nothing. But now, I can only try my best. Dandan smiled awkwardly. Buzz. At this moment, not far from Lu Ming, a huge bluestone suddenly emitted a bright light. Endless inscriptions shone, forming chains that were filled with flames. In the light was Long Chen. Chapter 12:16. There was an array hidden in the green stone. Dandan was careless and did not notice it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flaming chains wrapped around Long Chen. Break! Long Chen shouted angrily and threw out both his fists. Boom! Boom! The 2 fists were powerful and they pierced through the space. However, the flaming chains were very sturdy. Long Chen's fists only shook the flaming chains but did not break them. Whoosh! 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 The green stone glowed and more flaming chains appeared. Long Chen shouted angrily. His body glowed and his arms became thicker. A layer of scales appeared on his arms and he threw out a punch. Clang! One of the flaming chains was finally broken. Following that were even more chains. 2 of the chains had already wrapped themselves around Long Chen's body. Whoosh! Whoosh! The chains wrapped around Long Chen's body and there was green smoke coming out of his body. The flaming chains were extremely terrifying. They ignored Long Chen's protective true origin and acted directly on his body. A layer of scales appeared on Long Chen's skin. It was exactly the same as the scales on the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Whoosh! The chains acted on the scales, making them sizzle. It looked like it would not last long. Break! Long Chen's muscles bulged and he grabbed the 2 chains. He struggled with all his might and finally broke the 2 chains. However, more chains appeared in the surroundings and enveloped Long Chen. The flaming chains are terrifying. They can break objects. I don't think Long Chen can last long. Xian Yinqing said solemnly. Lu Ming stared at the green stone and the runes without blinking. He was looking for a way to break it. Whoosh! Whoosh! As time passed, the green stone glowed brighter and more flaming chains appeared. Long Chen was having a harder time. There were already a few marks on his body and he was almost cut in half by the flaming chains. Long Chen, take 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Long Chen was stunned and did as he was told without hesitation. He took 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. A few chains swept past Long Chen's body. 4 steps to the right, 2 steps forward, 5 steps to the left. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on Qingshi as he constantly gave out instructions. Now, Ming Lian's second body had already obtained the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had been cultivating diligently in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, and his progress in the Tao of inscription had been terrifying. Lu Ming's main body and second body were connected. As the second body's Tao of inscription improved, Lu Ming's eyesight also improved greatly. Although he didn't have the spiritual fire and couldn't inscribe inscriptions, he could still see the flaws in the formation. Long Chen followed Lu Ming's instructions. Sometimes right, sometimes left, sometimes behind, sometimes in front. He avoided all of the chains and slowly left the range of the bluestone. Dandan, I need your help. Lu Ming said to Dandan when he saw that Long Chen had reached the edge of the bluestone. Don't worry, watch me. Dandan flew out and waved his claws. Inscriptions appeared, forming a large formation and rushed into the bluestone. Long Chen, you're out. Lu Ming shouted. Long Chen didn't hesitate and rushed out. The formation formed by Dandan shone and temporarily imprisoned the flame chains. However, in the next moment, it collapsed one by one. Long Chen took this short opportunity to rush out of the range of the bluestone and let out a long breath. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me. Long Chen cupped his fists at Lu Ming. You're welcome. It's nothing. Lu Ming smiled. I, Long Chen, clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Long Chen will remember you saving my life this time. Long Chen said solemnly. Lu Ming smiled and didn't say much. You have to be careful in this place. It looks dilapidated, but there are some places with broken formations. Even after countless years, they are still very powerful. Dandan reminded. Dandan, do you know how to get out? Lu Ming asked. I can only try my best. Follow me and don't wander around. Dandan flew out and circled around the area, carefully sizing it up. This way. After a while, Dandan pointed in a direction. This way? Aren't we heading towards the core of the ruins of God? Lu Ming was puzzled. Xian Yanqing and Long Chen also looked at Dandan in confusion. What are you looking at? If you don't believe me, then look for it yourself. Dandan curled his lips and scampered forward. Lu Ming was speechless and could only believe this guy. The 3 of them followed Dandan and moved forward carefully. Dandan observed carefully, and Lu Ming also observed carefully. Along the way, they avoided many broken formations and moved forward. There's an ancient mine of the ruins of God. Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up as he looked not far away. There were a few ancient mines of the ruins of God that were exposed to the outside world. No one had ever entered the core of the ruins of God to excavate it. It was definitely a huge treasure trove. There are no formations there. We can take them. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and took the few ancient mines of the ruins of God. You have to remember that some of the broken formations are very powerful. If you enter, even an Emperor Realm expert will die. Even if you see the ancient mines of the ruins of God, don't take them. Don't be blinded by greed. Dandan had a mature look on her face as she patiently and kindly warned everyone. But in the next moment, Dandan's eyes lit up as he stared to the right and shouted, Level 9 Spiritual Medicine. Then, he ran over, grabbed a sparkling and resplendent spiritual medicine, and stuffed it into his mouth. Buzz! In that place, inscriptions flickered, forming terrifying beams of light that shot towards Dandan. Dandan jumped up and down in a panic. In the end, it relied on its strong defensive power and profound inscription path to escape. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. This fellow had just warned them, but when he saw the spiritual medicine, he immediately rushed over. However, they were also secretly shocked. The spiritual medicine that Dandan had obtained just now was indeed extremely shocking. It was a level 9 spiritual medicine. This area was truly a treasure trove. The group moved forward carefully. Along the way, they had indeed encountered many treasures, mainly the ancient mines of the ruins of God and spiritual medicines. Most of the spiritual medicines went into Dandan's mouth, while the ancient mines of the ruins of God were divided equally between Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Long Chen. Of course, in some dangerous places, even if they saw spiritual medicines and ancient mines of the ruins of God, they did not take them and directly gave up. This is a 9-leaf Ganoderma. Not long after, they saw a spiritual medicine with 9 leaves. It was crystal clear and had a medicinal fragrance. It was actually a 9-leaf Ganoderma, one of the main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter a 9-leaf Ganoderma here. However, the place where the 9-leaf Ganoderma grew had an incomplete formation. In the end, Lu Ming and Dandan worked together and spent a lot of effort to successfully pluck the 9-leaf Ganoderma. For this, Dandan vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and cried out that he had suffered a loss. Chapter 12:17. Whoosh whoosh, the cold wind whistled and the blood mist rolled. They did not know how long they had been walking, but they still could not get out. The blood mist around them was getting thicker and thicker. Dandan, can we get out or not? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough. Don't be impatient, trust me. Dandan coughed a few times and said. Hearing Dandan's dry coughing, Lu Ming felt even more uncertain. This guy's dry coughing was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, after walking for a while, there were no signs of getting out at all. Instead, there were more and more broken formations around them, and Lu Ming judged that the formations were getting stronger and stronger. They walked even more carefully. There's a palace in front. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing exclaimed. Lu Ming and Long Chen looked over, their eyes revealing shock. A palace appeared in front of them. It was a complete black palace that was incomparably huge. It was thousands of meters tall, magnificent and full of the traces of time. Ever since they entered the ruins of God, they had not found a complete building, let alone a complete palace. But in front of them, there was a complete palace. A complete palace, there must be treasures inside. Dandan's eyes lit up. If there are treasures, it means more danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to explore. Since they were already here, it would be a pity if they did not explore. The 3 people and 1 tortoise carefully approached the huge palace. They could see that there was a huge door in the middle of the palace. The door was open, but it was dark inside and they could not see the situation clearly. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the palace, as if a huge monster was walking. It seems like something is coming. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes solemn. Let's retreat first. Dandan swallowed his saliva, feeling a little scared. They retreated for a while before finding a huge rock to hide behind. Dandan inscribed an array formation to restrain their auras. After concealing their auras, they began to observe the battle quietly. Bang! 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 The sounds became louder and louder, one after another, very rhythmic, as if a huge monster was walking. It's out. That's a dragon. Xian Yanqing exclaimed softly. His voice was filled with shock. A decapitated dragon, and Long Chen spoke. This peerless genius, who had always been very calm and expressionless, suddenly changed his expression. His voice was very shocked and very hoarse. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. At the entrance of the palace, a huge monster finally revealed its true body. It was a dragon with 5 claws under its belly. It was a true dragon, a 5-clawed true dragon. However, the most shocking thing was that this true dragon did not have a head. Its head seemed to have been chopped off. Its entire body was covered in black scales and emitted a terrifying aura. The most shocking thing was that there was a knight sitting on the back of the dragon. A knight in black armor was holding a dragon spear that was several meters long. Like the true dragon, this black-armored knight did not have a head. A headless knight riding a headless true dragon walked out of the palace, giving off a terrifying aura. Lu Ming and the others felt their scalps go numb. Roar. The headless true dragon actually let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, causing Lu Ming and the others' eardrums to hurt. Then, the headless knight riding the headless true dragon actually walked in their direction. As the true dragon stepped, the earth rumbled. Oh no, they've discovered us. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Run, run quickly. Dandan exclaimed and turned to run. However, buzz. The headless true dragon knight emitted a terrifying fluctuation. This fluctuation was stronger than any emperor that Lu Ming had encountered. The space around them seemed to have solidified. Their bodies were suppressed by the space and could not move at all. It was as if they were fixed in place. Lu Ming exerted all his strength, but it was still useless. He could not even activate his bloodline. Too strong. This headless true dragon knight was too strong. Its combat strength was terrifying. Dandan, you're in big trouble this time. Lu Ming shouted. I don't know either. Dandan maintained its running posture and was fixed in the air. Its mouth was crooked. Bang! Bang! The headless true dragon knight stepped closer and closer to them. Its powerful aura caused the boulders in front of them to shatter. They were directly exposed to the headless knight. Trespassers, die. A cold and emotionless voice came from the headless knight. Shao Qing. Lu Ming looked at Xianyanqing. This time, they were most likely doomed. Lu Ming, as long as I'm with you, so what if I die? Xianyanqing transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, his eyes full of affection. No way, I didn't die in that earth-shattering battle back then, but I'm going to die here? No way, no. Dandan shouted, his voice full of unwillingness. Bang! The headless knight stood in front of them and pointed the dragon spear in his hand. A cold murderous intent enveloped them. Kill. Nobody knew where the headless knight's cold voice came from. But at this moment, Lu Ming's body glowed. A purple gold token floated out from Lu Ming's body. Hunyuan token. This was the Hunyuan token that Lu Ming had obtained in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming didn't know how to use it, but now, it floated out on its own. At the same time, on the other side, a purple gold token appeared on Long Chen's body. It was also a Hunyuan token. Long Chen had also obtained a Hunyuan token when he participated in the Battle of Providence. 2 Hunyuan tokens flew out, emitting a dazzling light. The headless true dragon knight stopped moving instantly, as if it was looking at the 2 Hunyuan tokens. Hunyuan tokens, you are disciples of the Hunyuan sect. It's been countless years. I didn't expect to see disciples of the Hunyuan sect again. Since you are disciples of the Hunyuan sect, you are one of us. Come in. A cold and dry voice came from the headless true dragon knight. The pressure on Lu Ming and the others also disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming and the others immediately regained their freedom. Shao Qing. Lu Ming held Xianyanqing's small hand and looked at the headless true dragon knight cautiously. How many years has it been? I finally see disciples of the Hunyuan sect again. How is the Hunyuan sect now? Is it still resisting, or has it been destroyed? A leisurely voice came from the headless true dragon knight. Then, the headless true dragon knight turned and left. Step by step, it walked into the dark palace and disappeared without a trace. Come in. What opportunities you can get will depend on your luck. The headless true dragon knight's voice came from the palace. Then, it was completely silent. This, Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and Long Chen were a little stunned and confused. Chapter 12:18. Strange, too strange. Obviously, the headless true dragon knight recognized the primordial chaos token. Also, the primordial chaos sect? What was that? A sect? Could it be the controller behind the War of Providence? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things, but he also had more questions. However, one thing was certain. The headless true dragon knight seemed to be on the same side as the primordial chaos sect. At least, they were not enemies, which was why they were let go. This is a supreme powerhouse. After death, his battle soul did not dissipate and turned into a headless true dragon knight to protect this territory. Also, the primordial chaos sect? Dandan said slowly, as if trying to recall something, frowning. Suddenly, Dandan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. Dandan, what did you remember? Lu Ming asked. The primordial chaos sect, the number one sect in the world, the most powerful force. Dandan said. The number one sect in the world? You mean the primordial realm? Lu Ming asked. The world is very big, and it's not just the primordial realm. Dandan said. You mean the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was very shocked. Of course, the conversation between the two was in the form of voice transmission. No one else could hear it. Enchanting did not mind if he heard it. He was not familiar with Long Chen, and there were some things that he did not want Long Chen to know. Yes, the primordial chaos sect is the number one sect in the world. Unfortunately, it was destroyed back then. Moreover, this place is most likely related to the primordial chaos sect. Therefore, you have the primordial chaos token, so the headless true dragon knight will not kill you. Dandan said. Dandan, what happened to the heavenly realm? Lu Ming stared at Dandan and asked. Lu Ming was really curious. He found that many things in the primordial realm were related to the heavenly realm. Legend had it that in ancient times, corpses fell from the sky and formed the 100 Gods slope in the Tianxian domain. There was also the ancient desolate city, which was also an object of the heavenly realm. In the end, it broke through the void and arrived on a small island in the heavenly realm. There was also the gate of heaven, which was connected to the heavenly realm. Dandan came out of the gate of heaven. Now, the Battle of Providence was also suspected to be controlled by the primordial chaos sect of the heaven realm. And the current ruins of God. The primordial realm seemed to be inextricably linked to the heaven realm. Dandan would often mutter about the battle back then. What was that battle referring to? Since the Hunyuan sect was the number one sect in the world, why was it destroyed? Was it because of the three-eyed divine race? I can't tell you. Firstly, my memory is fuzzy and I can't remember it clearly. Secondly, your cultivation is too weak. Telling you won't do you any good. There are some things that you will naturally know when your cultivation reaches a certain level. Dandan said in a deep voice. It was rare for him to be so serious. Lu Ming pursed his lips, but since Dandan didn't say anything, he didn't bother to ask. Indeed, that kind of thing was too far away from him. His current goal was to improve his cultivation and deal with DE. Lu Ming, are we going in? Enchanting asked as he looked at the palace in front of him. Let's go in. Since the headless true dragon rider isn't hostile to us, let's go in and explore. Lu Ming said. Long Chen nodded without hesitation. Indeed, there might be some opportunities inside. If there are treasures, I'll be rich. Dandan's eyes lit up again. Immediately, the three of them and the tortoise walked into the palace gate. After walking through the gate, their vision widened and they could vaguely see the main hall. The main hall was very spacious. In the middle, there was a huge aisle. On both sides of the aisle, there were stone rooms. The few of them checked several stone rooms in a row, but found nothing. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed as if he had sensed something. He strode forward and came to a sealed stone room. When he arrived, Long Chen's body glowed. The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline automatically appeared above his head. Roar! The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline howled and slammed into the stone door of the stone room. Crack! The stone door opened and a domineering aura emanated from inside. This is, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were shocked to see a statue in the stone room. The statue was obviously a huge elephant. The elephant was covered in scales and its aura was domineering. It was obviously an Archean dragonesque elephant. There was actually an Archean dragonesque elephant statue here. It was lifelike and looked exactly the same as Long Chen's bloodline. However, its aura was stronger, more shocking, and more domineering. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He strode in and sat under the Archean dragonesque elephant statue. The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline above his head resonated with the statue. The statue flashed with light. This kid is pretty lucky to have obtained a great opportunity, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. Long Chen had indeed obtained a great opportunity. The Archean dragonesque elephant statue was definitely left behind by a supreme expert. It contained the charm of the Archean dragonesque elephant. Long Chen will probably be cultivating here for a short period of time. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then, he left with Xian Yanqing and Dandan. They walked forward and looked at every secret room on both sides of the passage. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Soon, they passed through the passage. Behind them was a ruin. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing's glabella flickered. There seems to be something underground, Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He began to dig under the ruins. Soon, he dug dozens of meters deep. Below, a huge ancient mine of the ruins of God appeared. Yes, the ancient mine of the ruins of God was the size of a water tank. It was dozens of times bigger than the other ancient mines of God. It's so heavy. Lu Ming mentioned it, but he didn't manage to lift it. Get up. Lu Ming unleashed 8 streams of dragon force to lift the ancient mine of the ruins of God and fly it out of the deep pit. Xian Yanqing's true yuan boiled and demonic qi shone on his body. Above his head, the heavenly demon bloodline appeared. I have a strong reaction to this ancient mine of the ruins of God. It seems that there is a devil inside. Xian Yanqing's eyes revealed curiosity and nervousness. Rich, this girl is rich. There is indeed something extraordinary sealed in this ancient mine of the ruins of God. Dandan circled around the ancient mine of the ruins of God, his eyes shining as he muttered non-stop. Break it and take a look, Lu Ming said. Wait a minute, let me set up a formation, just in case. Dandan called out to Lu Ming, and then set up a dense array around the ancient mine of the ruins of God. That's enough, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. His true yuan condensed into a blade and began to cut the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The yellow ore was cut off layer by layer. Slowly, the ancient mine of the ruins of God became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was only the size of a fist. It's so small, what could be inside? Lu Ming was curious. His true yuan shook. Crack. The ancient mine of the ruins of God cracked open. Immediately, a powerful demonic qi spread out from the crack. This demonic qi was extremely terrifying. Although it didn't feel strong, that kind of aura was high and mighty, like an emperor looking down on all living things. Bang! Chapter 12:19. The black bead was the size of a longan, but it contained a shocking demonic aura and a vast demonic aura. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a supreme being of the demonic path. The feeling was many times stronger than when he faced Xiao Wan. This is a sacred heart? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming was shocked. At first, he felt that it was a sacred heart left behind by a sage. Lu Ming had seen a sacred heart left behind by a heavenly profound sage before, but after taking a closer look, it didn't seem like it. Buzz. Whoosh. The black bead let out a buzzing sound and then shot into the sky as if it had a mind of its own. I knew it, Dandan said. Inscriptions appeared around them and a large array was formed, forming countless dense ribbons that blocked the black bead like an inescapable net. The black bead didn't rush out and immediately changed its direction, but it was still blocked by the array. The black bead rushed left and right with a monstrous demonic aura, but unfortunately, it didn't rush out. Dandan was already prepared and set up the array just in case. Naturally, it wasn't that simple. At this time, the demonic aura on Xian Yanqing's body became denser. Her bloodline was glowing as if it was resonating with the black bead. Buzz! In the end, the black bead seemed to have no choice but to turn around and fly directly towards Xian Yanqing. Oh no! Lu Ming's face changed and he wanted to stop it. Lu Ming, you're confused because you're too concerned. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. He also knew that he was confused because he was too concerned. Whoosh! The black bead flew into Xian Yanqing's glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming, I want to cultivate here for a while. Xian Yanqing said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Xian Yanqing sat down cross-legged. A layer of demonic light shrouded Xian Yanqing like a cocoon formed by demonic aura. Dandan, could that be the sacred heart left behind by the saints? Lu Ming asked curiously. Not the sacred heart. Dandan shook his head. His small eyes glowed as he said, that's a core left behind by an existence more powerful than a saint. It's 100 times more precious than a saint's heart. That's why I said that this chick had obtained a great opportunity. Fortunately, the owner of this thing had died in battle a long time ago. The killing intent and murderous intent on it had long dissipated, and there wasn't much energy left. Otherwise, if we were all dead, this chick wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance. Stronger than a sage? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. At the moment, a ruler was an insurmountable mountain for him, and a saint was much more powerful than a ruler. Moreover, there were existences stronger than a saint. Lu Ming, let's continue forward. No one else can come in here. Your little lover will be fine here. I feel that there is a lucky chance waiting for us ahead. Dandan's eyes lit up as he looked ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the man and the tortoise continued forward. There were still ruins in front of them, but they could still see the outline. It should also be a palace, but it had been smashed and fallen here. It had long been ruined. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a behemoth lying in front of them. It was the headless true dragon knight. The black headless true dragon was lying on the ground, and the headless knight was sitting quietly on the true dragon, holding a dragon spear, motionless. Next to the headless true dragon knight, there was an area where various weapons were stuck upside down. However, they seemed to have been corroded and were in tatters. He could even see various kinds of armor, which were also rotten like those weapons. Taking a closer look, there were skeletons under those weapons and armor. Could it be that these were the burial places of the powerhouses who died in battle? Was the headless true dragon knight guarding this place? Lu Ming secretly guessed. That's 10,000 spirit crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich. Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up. She sprinted forward and rushed into the area filled with bones. Then, she dug out a multicolored crystal the size of a human head from the center of the area. It hugged the crystal and began to chew on it. Crunch, 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 it ate with relish. During the process, the headless true dragon knight did not move and did not stop it. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. When he walked into the place of skeletons, his face changed drastically. Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars that were filled with murderous intent suddenly exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Those were extremely powerful killing intent, the killing intent of those powerhouses who were unwilling to die. They were too powerful. If it were anyone else, they would have been drowned by the endless killing intent in an instant and become an idiot. However, Lu Ming was different. In his third bloodline, the murderous intent and murderous intent were many times stronger than the murderous intent here. Lu Ming was often under the influence of such murderous intent, and he had long learned how to resist it and maintain a clear mind amidst the endless murderous intent. What a strong killing intent, but it's useless against me. But Dandan is too unreliable. He didn't even warn me. If it were someone else, it would be dangerous. Lu Ming thought. Dandan was still gnawing on the crystal, squinting and enjoying it very much. Kill. 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 Those killing intents were full of strong unwillingness and unyielding fighting intent, as if they were going to kill all enemies in the world. Huh? What's this? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he closed his eyes. In the next moment, the surrounding environment seemed to change. Lu Ming came to a vast land, where countless light pillars shot up into the sky. Those light pillars were all auras, the auras of various essences of heaven and earth. No, in essence, they were countless times stronger than the essences of heaven and earth. Are they, left by those powerhouses? Are they related to the essences, or are they more powerful than the essences? Lu Ming's heart jumped, and then he was overjoyed. Because Lu Ming felt that in those light pillars, there were auras similar to the essences of fire and thunder. Lu Ming could find all 5 essences that he had comprehended. If I can comprehend them here, the essences of heaven and earth will definitely improve rapidly. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. For him, this was a great opportunity. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quietly. Dandan quickly finished eating the 10,000 spirit crystal, and then he lay there motionlessly, glowing all over. Fire essence. The first thing Lu Ming comprehended was the concept of fire. Now, his fire essence and thunder essence had reached the peak of greater success of level 4, and he was only one step away from level 4 perfection. At this time, Lu Ming's fire essence was rapidly improving again. In this way, time passed day by day. After 7 days, Lu Ming made a breakthrough in his fire essence, making it the first to reach level 4 perfection. Level 4 perfection of concept was already the highest level. The next step would be domain. Boom! A layer of flame jumped on Lu Ming's body, and then it burned through the space. Level 4 perfection, so powerful. Chapter 12:20. Perfected level 4 meant that one's comprehension of the concept had reached the peak. Once one's control of the heaven and earth concept reached the perfected realm, the power of the concept would increase greatly. In 7 days, I was able to raise my fire concept from greater success level 4 to perfected level 4. This place is a great opportunity for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. Although there was only one step between greater success level 4 and perfected level 4, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many geniuses would need at least half a year or even a few years to break through. Some people might even spend their entire lives without being able to break through. With Lu Ming's cultivation speed, he would need at least half a year to break through if there were no opportunities. But now, he had broken through in 7 days. Next, thunder concept. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he began to comprehend thunder concept. Similarly, in 7 days, Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through and reached perfected level 4. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning surrounded Lu Ming's body. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just as his thunder concept had broken through to perfected level 4, the thunder cauldron in his sea of consciousness that had been silent for a few years suddenly moved and vibrated slightly. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he had made a connection with the thunder cauldron. Lu Ming had obtained this thunder cauldron from the 100 Gods slope. When he first saw it, the thunder cauldron was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, so Lu Ming had put it away. Lu Ming had used it a few times. Although it would absorb Lu Ming's life essence, it had helped Lu Ming overcome difficulties several times. Unfortunately, after being hit by DE in the Battle of 9 Dragons, it had flown back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and remained silent. No matter how Lu Ming tried to sense or call it, he could not get a connection. Now, when Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to perfected level 4, he had made a connection with the thunder cauldron again. Immediately, Lu Ming activated thunder concept and carefully sensed with the thunder cauldron. Wang! The lightning cauldron vibrated even more intensely. In the end, it flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and floated above Lu Ming's head. It emitted a supreme lightning might from above. This pressure is so strong. Lu Ming sensed the lightning cauldron and his eyes revealed shock. The pressure emitted by the thunder cauldron was even stronger than that of a ruler. Move! Lu Ming tried to control the lightning cauldron. To his surprise, he was able to control it. The lightning cauldron flew up and down according to Lu Ming's will. It was many times stronger than before. In the past, he would only be able to activate the lightning cauldron when he was fighting for his life. The lightning would absorb his true essence and his life essence. Only then would he be able to activate the lightning cauldron. How could he control it as he wished now? However, I still feel that this lightning cauldron is unfathomable. I don't know how much power I can unleash from it. However, even if I can unleash a little bit of its power, it will still be of great help to me. Let's find a chance to test it out. Lu Ming smiled and put the thunder cauldron back into his sea of consciousness. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend other concepts. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's heaven and earth concept also improved very quickly. Chirp chirp, on this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard a sound not far away from him. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly opened his eyes. There were actually other living beings here. If they wanted to harm them, the consequences would be unimaginable. When he opened his eyes, he saw a ball of white hair squirming not far away. No, upon closer inspection, it was actually a living being that looked very similar to a squirrel. Its entire body was chubby and round, and it was very fleshy. Moreover, its entire body was covered with white hair. The white hair was crystal clear without any impurities. Coupled with its chubby body, it was very cute. It was not big. It was only the size of 2 fists. At this moment it was blinking its big black eyes and looking at Lu Ming curiously. It was making chirping sounds from its mouth. There's actually such a living being here? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Wasn't this place filled with mortal enemies and no living beings? Lu Ming and the others had not encountered any living beings along the way except for the headless true dragon rider. Strictly speaking, the headless true dragon rider was not a living being. Could it be a spirit mouse? Strange, why would it appear here? Moreover, isn't it afraid of the endless killing intent here? Chirp chirp, the white spirit mouse looked at Lu Ming curiously while chirping. It wriggled its chubby body and wandered around Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that the white spirit mouse looked very ordinary. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse was shocked and ran away quickly. After running for a while, it stopped and turned around to look at Lu Ming curiously. "Little guy, what's your name?" Lu Ming asked. When a demonic beast reached the king realm, it would be able to speak. Chirp chirp, however, the white spirit mouse only chirped and did not speak. "You haven't reached the king realm? But if you haven't reached the king realm, how can you resist the endless killing intent here?" Lu Ming's curiosity was aroused and he chased after the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse turned around and ran at an incredible speed. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. This is the space essence? Lu Ming stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. A white spirit mouse could actually use the space essence. Moreover, it seemed to be more mysterious than the space essence that Lu Ming had seen Yang Patian and Dishan use. What kind of spirit mouse was this? What kind of demonic beast was it? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Forget it. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged to comprehend the space essence. But not long after, the chirping sound was heard again. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw the white spirit mouse again. It was lying not far away and looking at Lu Ming. "This guy," Lu Ming muttered. Suddenly, he moved and pounced on the white spirit rat. Chirp chirp, the white spirit mouse was startled and turned around to run. In a flash of white light, it was far away. Lu Ming did not even see how it left. Its use of space is too strong, isn't it? Lu Ming was really stunned. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. But this time, Lu Ming just closed his eyes and did not cultivate. Instead, he spread out his soul consciousness and paid attention to the situation around him. As expected, not long after, with a flash of white light, the white spirit mouse appeared not far away from Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Let's see where you can run to this time." The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. The vital essence in his body suddenly erupted, forming a vital essence light shield that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Even the space was sealed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming suddenly moved and pounced on the white spirit mouse like a ray of light. Chirp chirp, the white spirit mouse made a sound, but there was no trace of panic in its big eyes. It spat out a bubble from its mouth. Yes, it was a bubble. The bubble expanded rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. Chapter 12:21. As for the white spirit mouse, it ran away without a trace. When the white spirit mouse went far away, the bubble on his body burst with a poof. This is the time concept. This time, Lu Ming's heart was really in a perilous situation. His eyes were full of disbelief. The reason why the bubble slowed down Lu Ming's speed was not because of other reasons. That was because the flow of time in the bubble slowed down. Therefore, Lu Ming's speed slowed down. That was clearly the time concept. Among thousands of concepts, time and space were king. The time concept and space concept were the kings of thousands of concepts. But in fact, the time concept was stronger, more mysterious and rarer than space concept. That was the legendary concept. Almost no one could comprehend it. But now, a white spirit mouse actually mastered the time concept. The most shocking thing was that this white spirit mouse not only mastered the time concept, but also the space concept. To master time and space at the same time, this was unheard of. It was too shocking and too terrifying. Lu Ming was stunned there. It took him a long time to recover. This spirit mouse's origin is absolutely amazing. But it seems to have no malice towards me. It's just curious and as timid as a mouse. No, it's just a mouse. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. Sure enough, not long after, the white spirit mouse came again. Not far from Lu Ming, it blinked its big eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously. This time, Lu Ming ignored it. He closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. The white spirit mouse wandered around Lu Ming and looked at him. After half an hour, it ran away. Lu Ming smiled slightly and continued to comprehend the world concept. The next day, the white spirit mouse came again and still looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored it and continued to cultivate. This time, the white spirit mouse seemed to be a little bolder and got closer to Lu Ming. After half an hour, it left again. But the next day, the white spirit mouse came again. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered and focused on cultivating. As for the white spirit mouse, it would come every day to carefully size up Lu Ming. Furthermore, it became bolder and bolder, slowly approaching Lu Ming. 7 days later, it simply climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. In this way, after a few more days, he decided not to leave. He curled up at Lu Ming's feet. His chubby body curled up and he actually fell asleep. There was even a bubble on his nose. As the white spirit mouse breathed, the bubble would grow bigger and smaller. It was very cute. Lu Ming opened his eyes and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The white spirit mouse suddenly woke up and subconsciously wanted to escape. However, it immediately realized that Lu Ming was just gently stroking it. Then, it looked comfortable and continued to lie down. Chirp chirp, after a while, the white spirit mouse actually fell asleep again, and it was even making chirping sounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a cute little guy. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated every day. The white spirit mouse seemed to be dependent on him and stayed by Lu Ming's side all day long. This is a space-time spirit mouse? Suddenly, a shocked voice sounded. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw Dandan looking at the white spirit mouse in shock. Space-time spirit mouse? Dandan, you know it? Lu Ming asked. Dandan carefully sized up the white spirit mouse. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It seemed to be nostalgic and sad at the same time. Of course I know it. Spacetime Spirit Mouse is one of the top 10 battle beasts. How can I not know it? Dandan said leisurely. One of the top 10 battle beasts? Lu Ming was shocked. Spacetime Spirit Mouse can control spacetime. Don't mention how terrifying it is. A spacetime Spirit Mouse in its heyday is a headache even for me in my heyday. Kid, you're really lucky. It seems that this spacetime Spirit Mouse is dependent on you. Dandan said. His tone was full of envy. Isn't it said that the top 10 battle beasts are unique in the world? Could it be that this one is the one from ancient times? Lu Ming asked curiously. He had already determined that this was the real spacetime Spirit Mouse. Lu Ming had seen it use spacetime essence with his own eyes. It shouldn't be. The spacetime Spirit Mouse from back then had already died in battle. If I'm not mistaken, this one should be the descendant of the spacetime Spirit Mouse from back then. I don't know what kind of method it used to seal it until now, but this spacetime Spirit Mouse shouldn't have been born for too long. I know. This is the Spacetime Spirit Palace. The Spacetime Spirit Palace was an important place in the Hunyuan sect. It was the residence of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse were good friends, so there was a statue of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Unfortunately, this place has been destroyed. Dandan kept muttering and revealed many secrets. Dandan, you seem to have recovered a lot. Lu Ming said. Haha, of course. I've refined the 1,000 Spirit Crystal. The 1,000 Spirit Crystal is the condensation of the essence of countless experts. Now that my cultivation has improved greatly, I can protect you in the future. Dandan said proudly. Oh. Can you deal with the Emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ahem, I haven't fully digested the 1,000 Spirit Crystal. I can't deal with the Emperor for the time being. Dandan said awkwardly. You can't deal with the Emperor. What's there to be proud of? Lu Ming despised. Kid, you. Dandan glared at Lu Ming. If you can't deal with the Emperor, what about the Supreme Being? Lu Ming asked. Ahem, I should be able to barely deal with a Supreme Being, right? Dandan said with some lack of confidence. Lu Ming curled his lips. This guy was most likely unreliable and didn't have any confidence in his words. Kid, what's with your expression? I haven't digested the 1,000 Spirit Crystal yet. After I've digested it, I can kill a Supreme Being with a slap. Dandan shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming didn't seem to believe him, which made Dandan very depressed. He stayed at the side alone and continued to refine the 1,000 Spirit Crystal. Xiao Qing and Long Chen haven't finished cultivating yet. I'll continue to comprehend the concept. Lu Ming pondered and then continued to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before they set off for the ancient city of gods. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. They had to think of a way to get out. A few days ago, Xian Yanqing and Long Chen had finished their cultivation and came here. At first, Long Chen and Xian Yanqing also wanted to step into the land of bones, but they retreated in shock. It was difficult for them to resist the killing intent, so they could only give up. Whoosh! Lu Ming stood up and took a step out of the land of bones. During this period of time, each of them had gained a lot. Long Chen seemed to have comprehended a terrifying battle skill while cultivating under the primordial dragonesque elephant. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through from the peak of the 5th level to the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had improved the most. She was originally at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm, but now, she had stepped into the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Yes, the 6th level of the spirit god realm, and she had already reached the middle stage of the 6th level. Chapter 1222. Of course, Lu Ming's gains were also very shocking. Among his concepts of heaven and earth, the fire concept, thunder concept, and wind concept had all broken through to the peak of the 4th level. In addition, the water concept was at the peak of the 4th level, and the earth concept, which was the hardest to cultivate, was also at the peak of the 4th level. It could be said that his 5 concepts could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least a few years, but now, he only needed a little more than a month. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Lu Ming really wanted to raise all 5 concepts to the peak of the 4th level here. Now, although Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 5th level of the spirit god realm, his various concepts had far surpassed his cultivation. Lu Ming only needed to spend some time to devour and refine origin stones, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. For Lu Ming, the advancement of concepts was the most important. As long as he had origin stones, his cultivation could increase crazily. Of course, Lu Ming's greatest fortuitous encounter was obtaining the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. Now, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse pestered Lu Ming all day and hung on Lu Ming's body. What a cute spirit mouse. Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up when she saw the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. She really wanted to hug it. However, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse seemed to be shy with strangers. It hung on Lu Ming's body and didn't let Xian Yanqing hug it. This made Xian Yanqing's little mouth pout. Huh, this little guy. Lu Ming laughed loudly, making Xian Yanqing's little mouth pout even higher. Dandan, can you find a way out? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Cough cough, I can try. Dandan coughed again and flew onto Lu Ming's shoulder. This guy is coughing again. Lu Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. When this guy coughed, it meant that he wasn't confident. Bang! At this moment, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse kicked Dandan in the face, sending Dandan flying off Lu Ming's shoulder. Then, it curled up its body and nestled on Lu Ming's shoulder, looking at Dandan with its big round eyes. It seemed to be saying that this territory was his. Nestle, little guy, you dare to kick this seat? Audacious, impudent. Dandan's anger soared to the sky. Chirp chirp, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse looked at Dandan innocently and chirped. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing laughed heartily. Even the usually reserved Long Chen revealed a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he rubbed the Spacetime Spirit Mouse and said, Little fellow, are you willing to leave with me? Chirp chirp, a small bubble emerged from the Spacetime Spirit Mouse's nose, and it nodded its head repeatedly. Then do you know the way out? Can you take us out? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chirp chirp, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse nodded again. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and said, All right, then bring us out. Chirp chirp, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse extended its small claws and pointed in a direction. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and the few of them followed the direction pointed by the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. The headless True Dragon Knight did not move at all. Very quickly, the few of them left the direction of the palace. On the way, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse would often give them pointers. Everyone followed the direction of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse and walked forward. Just like that, they walked for half a day. Half a day later, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. They discovered that they had already left the core region and arrived at the inner region of the ruins of God. They had really walked out of the core region of the ruins of God. Little guy, you're so powerful. Lu Ming patted the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. Chirp chirp, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse squinted its eyes and curled up its chubby body. It had a comfortable look on its face as the bubble on its nose fluctuated between big and small. So cute. Xian Yanqing's eyes were already filled with light as he stared at the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. He couldn't wait to rush up and hug it. Lu Ming, this little spirit mouse is much more reliable than your little tortoise. Xian Yanqing said. What? Little girl, what did you say? How can this little thing be compared to this seat? You. Dandan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He jumped onto Lu Ming's other shoulder and glared at Xian Yanqing. At the same time, he carefully paid attention to the spacetime spirit mouse, afraid that it would kick him down again. Isn't it? Xian Yanqing curled his lips, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, have you given it a name? In my opinion, why don't we call it Bubbles? How cute. Xian Yanqing carefully approached and stroked the spacetime spirit mouse. Bubbles, be good, let me hug you. Xian Yanqing whispered very gently. This time, the spacetime spirit mouse didn't refuse and let Xian Yanqing approach. Xian Yanqing stroked it a few times first, then hugged the spacetime spirit mouse in his arms with a happy look. Bubbles, it's quite appropriate. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone's attention was on Bubbles, which made Dandan angry. Let's go back to the Southern Divine Palace. Mu Ju, Mu family, this debt will be settled sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. The Mu family could only secretly send people to deal with them. They wouldn't dare to do so in public. Otherwise, what would the young experts from other continents think if they knew? Therefore, they could swagger back to the Southern Divine Palace. In less than an hour, they returned to the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace was even more lively, with people coming and going. The young geniuses from the 9 continents in the southern part of the continent of God had already arrived. They had all ended their seclusion and were wandering around the streets. Because there were only 2 days left before they set off for the ancient city of God to participate in the heavenly God sex selection, everyone came out to relax. The Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Suddenly, someone shouted on the street, and suddenly, many people gathered in one direction. Stone gambling event? The few of them were stunned. Lu Ming casually pulled a person over and asked, then he knew what was going on. The continent of God's ruins was the ancient mine of God's ruins. Peerless treasures could be found in the ancient mine of God, which made many people very tempted. However, not all ancient mines of God could produce treasures, and the probability was very low. Every once in a while, the major forces of the Southern Divine Palace would take out many ancient mines of God for people to choose from. Of course, they had to pay the price of origin stones. The Mu family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Together with Xian Yanqing and Long Chen, they followed the crowd and headed forward. Soon, they arrived at a large square. At this time, the square was surrounded by a sea of people. There were many shelves in the square, and on the shelves, there were pieces of ancient mines of God. At a glance, there were thousands of pieces. Thousands of pieces seemed like a lot, but it was nothing to a major force. How many people were there in a major force? There were people wandering around the ancient mines of God every day. After a few years, it was normal to have thousands of pieces of ancient mines of God. On one side of the shelves, there was a high platform where the experts of the Mu family sat. Mu Ju was sitting in the middle. Chapter 12:23. Humph, Lu Ming, Long Chen, you guys are lucky to have died in the core of the ruins of God. Otherwise, I would have killed both of you. Also, it's a pity for that Xian Yanqing, such a beauty. Mu Ju thought in his heart. Seeing that more and more people were gathering in the square, he felt that it was about time. He stood up and looked around. His voice came from afar. Today, my Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. I have taken out all the ancient mines that my Mu family has collected for decades. There must be a peerless treasure inside. If you want to gamble, you can come up and choose carefully. If you choose one, you can take it away for 100,000 origin stones. Mu Ju announced the rules of the stone gambling event. 100,000 origin stones, it's really expensive. Some people gasped. It's really expensive. In the past, when other families held a stone gambling event, it wasn't that expensive. It's too expensive. Usually, it's not that expensive to buy ancient mines of God. Many people began to discuss. For a moment, no one went up. In fact, many people knew that the ancient mines of God that these big families took out were all carefully selected. The ancient mines of God that might contain treasures had already been filtered out. Those that were taken out were all carefully selected. The probability of a treasure being found was not high. It was too expensive to sell it for 100,000 origin stones. Muju's face turned cold. Usually, when we buy ancient mines of God, we can't let you choose carefully. But now, we can. Moreover, I guarantee that these ancient mines of God are all of high quality. I guarantee it with the Mu family's reputation. Let me try. Let me try too. As soon as Muju's voice fell, a few burly men stepped forward and carefully selected among the thousands of origin stones. After a while, the burly men finished their selection and paid 100,000 origin stones each. Cut it open and see. Someone shouted. All right. The burly men nodded. In the beginning, 2 burly men cut open the ancient mine of God. There was nothing inside. When the 3rd burly man cut open the ancient mine of God, a rainbow light shot out from the ancient mine of God. A treasure has appeared, a treasure has appeared. The crowd was in an uproar as they stared with their eyes wide open. A jade sword. God, it's so powerful. Someone exclaimed. Inside the ruins of God's ancient mine that the burly man had cut open, there was actually a small and exquisite jade sword that emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Even though countless years had passed, causing it to lose some of its essence, as long as it was nurtured properly, it would still be a formidable weapon. This seems to be an Emperor spirit weapon. Someone cried out in alarm, causing the crowd to burst into a frenzy. We really found treasures. Muju was right. This batch of ancient ores is really exquisite. This jade sword is worth at least tens of millions of primordial stones, or even more. 100,000 primordial stones for tens of millions of primordial stones. Looking at the jade sword, many people's eyes lit up. Haha. The big man quickly put away the jade sword and left. It's only 100,000 origin stones. Let's take a gamble. If we get it, it'll be worth it. Yes, let's take a gamble. At this moment, many people were moved. They walked onto the plaza and began to carefully sense it. Then, they each chose a piece of the ruins of God's ancient mine. Of course, every piece of ancient mine of the ruins of God had to pay 100,000 origin stones. Soon, more than 10 people had chosen the ancient ores. A smile appeared on Muju's face. Cut it open and see. Someone shouted. Immediately, those who had chosen the ancient ores began to cut them open one by one. Unfortunately, none of the dozens of people present found any treasures. How unlucky. I wasted 100,000 origin stones. Damn it, if others can choose, I can too. Damn it, again. Some people were ruthless and picked a few pieces in a row, but they found nothing. That big man is most likely a drag. Lu Ming and the others were mixed in the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ming said with a smile. Xian Yanqing and Long Chen nodded. At the beginning, those big men were most likely cooperating with the Mu family to put on a show to provoke others to go up and pick the ancient ores. In a few moments, dozens of ancient ores were sold and millions of origin stones were earned. It was completely a free profit. Gradually, fewer people went up, but there were still people who went up from time to try their luck. In the end, they came up empty-handed. Dandan, you can sense the treasures in these ancient ores. Are there really treasures in these thousands of ancient ores? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Yes, but there are very few of them. Only a few of them have good things. Do you want them? I can pick them out one by one. Dandan said. Of course I want them. Only a fool would not want the treasures. Moreover, they belong to the Mu family. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the square. Muju was originally sitting lazily on a chair. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to show his prowess in the Heavenly God Sect's disciple selection. How to be chosen by the Heavenly God Sect and enter the Heavenly God Sect of Yuanlu to cultivate. From then on, he would soar to the 9 heavens and break through to the martial emperor realm or even the sage realm. Just as he was dreaming, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking into the square. Muju's eyes suddenly widened. His body trembled and he jumped up from the chair. Lu Ming, you're still alive? How is that possible? Muju shouted in disbelief. He was truly in disbelief. Didn't Lu Ming enter the core of the ruins of God? Moreover, he had been in the core of the ruins of God for more than half a month. Even an Emperor Realm expert would not be able to come out after such a long time. Now, Lu Ming actually swaggered in front of him. How could he not be shocked? Then, he looked around. As expected, he found Xian Yanqing and Long Chen in the crowd. This made him even more shocked. What's wrong? Young Master Mu, what's so strange about me being alive? Lu Ming asked with a cold smile. Humph, nothing. After a long while, Muju finally calmed down. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, why aren't these guys dead yet? Damn it, I must find a chance to kill them. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Muju thought to himself. His killing intent was extremely strong. I want to gamble a few rounds. Young Master Mu, do you not welcome me? Lu Ming asked with a faint smile. My Mu family is open to business. Anyone who wants to gamble on stones is welcome. You can choose as you wish. Muju said. After saying that, he sat back down on his chair with a gloomy face. He was thinking about some conspiracy in his heart. Lu Ming smiled and casually strolled around the many ancient mines of the ruins of God. After a while, he casually pointed at an ancient mine and said, "This one." Picking up this ancient mine of the ruins of God, Lu Ming paid 100,000 ores. Cut it open and take a look. Someone shouted. All right, then I'll cut it open and take a look. Lu Ming smiled. His true essence was like a knife, cutting the ancient mine of the ruins of God into two halves. Suddenly, a golden light spread out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. A treasure has appeared, another treasure has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Muju also suddenly stood up from his chair. His eyes were wide open. Lu Ming had actually chosen an ancient mine of the ruins of God with a treasure. Many people opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of treasure it was. Earth Emperor Spirit, it's actually an Earth Emperor Spirit. Chapter 12:24. It was a block-shaped object that looked like a tree root. Its entire body was golden like gold, but it emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Earth Emperor Essence, one of the main spiritual materials to refine Nirvana Pill. Lu Ming never thought that he would find it in a piece of God Ruin's ancient mine. How could Lu Ming not be happy? After obtaining this piece of Earth Emperor Essence, he only lacked one of the 7 main materials to refine Nirvana Pill. As long as he gathered the 7 main materials, the other auxiliary materials would be easy to find. At that time, he could start refining Nirvana Pill. That's Earth Emperor Essence. It's really a piece of Earth Emperor Essence. It's really a big profit. A piece of Earth Emperor Essence is worth tens of millions of ores. His luck is too good. It's just the first piece and he already found a treasure. Around the square, there were people who recognized the Earth Emperor Essence and exclaimed in envy. Damn it, this Lu Ming, how can his luck be so good? He actually found a treasure. Muju's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was very clear in his heart that each piece of God Ruin's ancient mine was carefully examined by the Mu family's experts. As long as there was a possibility of a treasure being found, the Mu family would keep it. There were thousands of pieces of God Ruin's ancient mine here. There might be some that slipped through the net and might contain treasures, but there were very few of them. Thousands of pieces added together, there might not be many pieces. But Lu Ming had found a piece that was worth tens of millions of ores. Muju felt a little heartache. He had just sold dozens of pieces of God Ruin's ancient mine and only earned a few million ores. Lu Ming happily took out a jade box and carefully put away the Earth Emperor Essence. Then, his eyes lit up as he glanced at the other God Ruin's ancient mine. At the same time, he laughed, "Ha ha ha, my luck is really good today. It seems that I have to choose another one." After saying that, he wandered around the pile of ancient mines. Humph, you're just lucky. Choose, I don't believe you can find another one. Muju thought in his heart. Lu Ming wandered for a while and casually grabbed an ancient mine, saying, "This is it." After grabbing it, he went to the Mu family and paid 100,000 ores. "Cut it open and see." Someone jeered. Just now, Lu Ming had obtained a treasure on the first piece. Many people were very curious and wanted to know if Lu Ming would be able to obtain a treasure on the second piece. All right. Lu Ming smiled, condensed his true essence, and started cutting. "It's impossible for me to get another treasure this time. I was just lucky to get the first one. There are very few people who can get 2 treasures in a row," someone said. But in the next moment, his mouth fell open, and he was dumbfounded. This was because the ancient ore in Lu Ming's hand was emitting a blinding crimson light. Many people were stunned, and then a commotion broke out. "Treasure, there's another treasure. He actually got a treasure twice in a row. How rare. This person's luck is too heaven-defying. 1 drop of blood, 1 drop of blood essence. What a powerful blood essence. It's actually a drop of blood essence." Lu Ming himself was a little stunned. He carefully cut open the ancient ore, and a drop of crystal clear blood essence like a blood gem appeared in Lu Ming's palm, exuding an incomparably rich blood essence. This was definitely an extremely powerful existence. After his death, his blood essence was coincidentally sealed in the ancient ore of God ruins and passed down. Its value was immeasurable. If it was used to refine pills, it would bring out the energy in the blood essence. It would be of great help to a cultivator's cultivation. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking blood essence to improve his bloodline. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he refined this drop of blood essence, his bloodline would be greatly improved. How can this be? Muju's eyes widened, and he subconsciously crushed a purple jade teacup in his hand. Damn it! Muju roared in his heart. The value of this drop of blood essence was even higher than the Earth Emperor essence. He felt that he had suffered a great loss. How good would it be if they cut it out themselves? Now that it had been chosen by someone else, and it was Lu Ming, Muju gnashed his teeth in anger. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took out a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood essence. He could not stop muttering, "Luck, luck. I'm really lucky today." Let's continue. Lu Ming's gaze began to look around the ancient ore of God ruins again. Muju and the rest of the Mu family couldn't help but feel nervous. They were worried that Lu Ming would choose another ancient ore of God ruins that contained treasures. Muju wanted to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose, but they were open to do business. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, what reason did they have to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose? They could only hope that Lu Ming was just lucky the first 2 times, and that he wouldn't be able to choose anything later. This time, Lu Ming was even faster. After taking a few casual glances, he chose an ancient mine and paid 100,000 primordial stones. Cut it open and take a look. Right, take a look. Many people shouted in excitement. Lu Ming had cut out treasures twice in a row. Would he be able to cut out treasures 3 times in a row? Muju and the other members of the Mu family also stared with their eyes wide open. Impossible. There aren't that many treasures in all of the ancient ore of God ruins here. Muju kept praying in his heart. Crack. Lu Ming's true essence was like a blade as he began to cut. After a few consecutive slashes, the ancient ore of God ruins cracked open and a faint brilliance emitted out. Accompanying the brilliance was an extremely dense medicinal fragrance. The crowd was stunned. After a long while, an earth-shattering clamor erupted. He had cut out another treasure. He had actually cut out another treasure. It had happened 3 times in a row. It was simply too shocking. Could it be that this time, the Mu family really had a conscience and took out so many high-quality ancient ore of God ruins? As Lu Ming continued to cut open, the treasures in the ancient or of God ruins revealed their true colors. It was a spiritual medicine. It was purple like a lotus flower. On it, there was an indescribable fluctuation. The medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. Could it be a saint medicine? A white-haired old man exclaimed in disbelief. Saint medicine? How is that possible? Oh my God, that's impossible. The others also exclaimed in disbelief. What was a saint medicine? It was a supreme treasure that surpassed level 9 spiritual medicine. Even saints could use it. Even emperors would fight crazily when they saw it. Many people's eyes revealed a fiery light as they stared fixedly at the purple lotus flower in Lu Ming's hand. No, it's not a saint medicine. It hasn't completely evolved. It's a half-saint medicine. Moreover, it's been sealed for many years. Most of its spiritual essence has been lost. What a pity. The white-haired old man carefully identified it and shook his head with a sigh. So it's not a saint medicine. Some people let out a long breath, but many people's eyes lit up. Chapter 12:25. No, impossible. Muju's eyes almost popped out as he stared at Lu Ming and the semi-sage medicine in Lu Ming's hand. He couldn't wait to swallow the semi-sage medicine in one gulp. The expressions of the other members of the Mu family weren't any better. Pain in the flesh, heart, liver, and lungs. This was originally a treasure of their Mu family, but now, it had become someone else's, Lu Ming's. These carefully selected ancient mines of the ruins of God actually contained such a treasure. If they had known earlier, they would never have taken it out to sell. Semi-sage medicine. Danden's eyes lit up as he stared at the semi-sage medicine. His eyes lit up and his mouth began to drool. Give it to me, give it to me. Dandan kept muttering. It's a waste to give it to you now. Keep it first and plant it in the mysterious yellow silicon soil later. When it recovers, its value will be great. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and then carefully kept it. Although this semi-sage medicine had lost most of its spirituality, Lu Ming had a supreme treasure like the mysterious yellow silicon soil. He might be able to cultivate it again. The value of an intact semi-sage medicine was many times higher. After all, it had the word sage in it. I want to try too. So many treasures, it's amazing. The others' hearts were burning. Their eyes lit up as dozens of people went up to choose ancient mines of the ruins of God. Dozens of people carefully selected a piece and paid 100,000 origin stones each. However, it still didn't make Muju and the other members of the Mu family feel better. Dozens of people only added up to a few million origin stones. It couldn't be compared to the treasures that Lu Ming had obtained. Lu Ming had obtained 3 treasures, each more precious than the other. They were worth at least tens of millions. Cut it open and let's see. A young woman hurriedly cut open the ancient mine she had chosen. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside. Then, the others also cut it open, but there was nothing inside. In the end, out of the several dozen people, not a single one of them had any treasures. What's going on? We've picked dozens of pieces, but we can't even cut one. That Lu Ming picked one and hit one. The difference is too big. Someone sighed. Could it be that he can sense the situation inside the ancient mine of God? Otherwise, how could he choose one piece and hit the jackpot? Someone guessed. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were shocked. That's right, Lu Ming was able to be selected 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. If it was the first time, it was still possible. Even if it was the second time, it was still possible. Although the probability was very small, if it was the third time, the probability was simply too small. Lu Ming, it was extremely likely that he could sense the specific situation inside the ruins of God ancient mine. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile, and his gaze swept across the ancient mine of God again. Lu Ming, that's enough. Suddenly, Muju opened his mouth, looking coldly at Lu Ming. Enough? Young Master Mu, I wonder what you mean by this? Lu Ming said indifferently. Today, you have already cut out 3 treasures in a row, it's time to stop. Mu Ju said coldly. Stop. Haha, what a joke. Is this how you open the door to do business? Seeing that I have cut out a few more treasures, you don't let me cut it out. Then why didn't you stop others from cutting out treasures? Could it be that you can only earn and not lose when doing business? If that's the case, then there's no need for others to do business with your Mu family in the future. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. You're talking nonsense. Mu Ju shouted angrily. Oh, since I'm talking nonsense, then don't stop me. Lu Ming sneered, then strode forward, grabbed a piece of ancient mine of God ancient mine with one hand, and paid 100,000 origin stones. Cut it open and see. Many people shouted, their eyes burning with passion. Could it be that Lu Ming could really sense the treasures inside the ancient mine of God ancient mine? Then, what treasures would he be able to cut out this time? Countless people were looking forward to it. Mu Ju's face was cold, but he didn't stop him. Swish. Swish. Lu Ming's true essence was like a blade, and began to cut open the ancient mine. Gotcha. The ancient mine cracked open, but only one layer. Inside was still a piece of ancient mine of God ancient mine. It's actually 2 layers of ore. Someone said. Lu Ming was also curious, and continued to cut. Soon, another layer was broken, but below, it was still yellow ore. Another layer. What's going on? It's actually 3 layers. Could it be that this is a waste mine, and Lu Ming finally failed? It seems like he failed. It's impossible to cut out treasures every time. Some people discussed, while Mu Ju and the other members of the Mu family also let out a long sigh of relief. Dandan, is there really a treasure inside? Lu Ming secretly sent a sound transmission to Dandan. Of course, what kind of existence am I? How could I be wrong? Dandan stretched out its head with a proud face. Lu Ming nodded and continued to cut. However, after breaking open a layer of ore, there was still a layer of ore below. Lu Ming continued to cut, and one after another, there were 7 layers of ore wrapped around the ore. Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many layers of ore wrapped around the ore? The other ancient mines only had 1 layer, and it was rare to see 2 layers. This time, there were actually 7 layers. Now, it was only the size of an egg, and it was basically impossible for there to be any treasures inside. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm, and he continued to cut. Gotcha. The ancient mine cracked open. This time, strands of red light seeped out from the ancient mine. At the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature seeped out from the ancient mine, causing the temperature of the entire square to rise rapidly. However, no one felt the heat. Everyone just looked at Lu Ming in a daze, looking at the egg-sized ancient mine in his hand. A treasure was cut out, and another treasure was cut out. A treasure was cut out 4 times in a row. Everyone felt numb, but they instinctively thought that a treasure was cut out this time. Damn it, how is this possible? Damn it. Mu Ju roared in his heart, and his eyes were bloodshot. Gotcha. Lu Ming used a little force, and the ancient mine completely cracked open. A red stone the size of a longan was revealed. The red light spread out, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions, causing the temperature of the square to rise by a few thousand degrees. It's so hot, too hot. What kind of treasure is this? It looks like a small sun. Many people had to circulate their true essence to resist the terrifying heat. Oh my God, is this the divine sunstone? Someone exclaimed, full of disbelief. Divine sunstone, yes, this is the divine sunstone. Legend has it that it can only be born in the core of the sun. I've read about it in ancient books. Oh my God, it can't be. Is this really the divine sunstone? A supreme treasure. Chapter 12:26. It's actually a piece of divine sunstone. Even Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. He was very shocked. Legend has it that the divine sun stone was born from the core of the sun. It would take countless years for one to be born. Its value was immeasurable. If used properly, it could unleash terrifying power. Lu Ming never thought that he would find such a treasure in the ancient mine of God. How is it? Kid, I said there's a treasure. Why would I lie to you? Why would I make an error in judgment? Dandan was immensely proud of herself, looking as if she was about to ascend to the heavens. In the crowd, Xian Yanqing revealed a smile while Long Chen was a little stunned. He realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming anymore. Divine Sun Stone, it's actually a piece of Divine Sun Stone. Mu Ju's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered in a daze. After a while, his eyes emitted blazing flames. Lu Ming, quickly hand over the Divine Sun Stone to me. Mu Ju shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Divine Sun Stone into the mountain river diagram. Then, he looked at Mu Ju as if he was looking at an idiot. Hand it over to you? This is mine. You want me to hand it over to you? You want to buy it from me? Sorry, I'm not selling it. Lu Ming said indifferently. What do you mean it's yours? This is clearly my Mu family's treasure. You dare to take my Mu family's treasure? Quickly hand it over. Mu Ju shouted. His eyes were blazing. What an idiot. Your Mu family. Just now, it was yours. But now that I've bought it, it's mine. Do you think so many people are blind? Can't they see it? Lu Ming mocked. Ridiculous. I just said enough. I told you not to pick any more stones. I haven't agreed to let you pick any more stones. You're the one who wants to pick. This Divine Sun Stone naturally belongs to my Mu family. Mu Ju quibbled. Then why are you still accepting my 100,000 origin stones? Since you've taken my origin stones, this is mine. Lu Ming sneered. I don't care. I didn't agree. Hurry up and hand over the Divine Sun Stone. You can't swallow such a treasure. Mu Ju shouted. His voice was cold, revealing a strong sense of threat. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. You've taken out so many ancient ores of the ruins of God for people to gamble on. Furthermore, each piece is sold for a high price of 100,000 origin stones. Now that you've seen someone else take out a treasure, you want to act shamelessly and force them to hand it over to you. Alright, I'll hand it over to you. How many people have spent their money on useless ores in the stone gambling convention that your Mu clan has held for so many years? Spit out all the money. If you spit it out, I'll hand it over to you. Lu Ming sneered. Mu Ju was speechless, his face flushed red. How many years has it been since the Mu family held this stone gambling event? It was impossible to calculate. After so many years, it was impossible to calculate how many raw stones they had earned. How could they hand it over? When others earn a little from you, your heart aches. What about when you earn from others? Why aren't you spitting it out? How laughable. Let me tell you. Although your Mu clan is powerful, the Southern God Palace is not your Mu clan's Southern God Palace. If you want to cover the sky with one hand, you'll have to ask everyone here if they agree. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he turned around and flew towards Xian Yanqing's direction. Stop right there. Two Mu clan experts in front of Lu Ming stretched out their claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. Both of them were at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. Get lost. Lu Ming yelled and struck with his palm. The majestic palm force sent the two powerful figures of the Mu family flying out. What? You want to use force? Is this how your Mu clan does business? Then, I don't think anyone else will do business with your Mu clan in the future. Lu Ming shouted. Many people looked at the Mu clan with unfriendly eyes. If the Mu clan did business like this, they would snatch other people's treasures. In the future, who would do business with the Mu clan? If the Mu clan held a stone gambling convention, who would choose stones? If they were like Lu Ming and obtained a supreme treasure, wouldn't the Mu clan have to take it back? Damn it. Mu Ju roared in his heart. He really wanted to ask people to cut Lu Ming into pieces, but he didn't dare. If he really did so, the Mu clan's reputation would be ruined. He could only watch as Lu Ming left. Let's go. Lu Ming came to Xian Yanqing and Long Chen's side. Then, the three of them rose into the air and flew towards General Peak. After flying for a while, Lu Ming stopped again. His voice came from afar. Everyone, I can indeed sense the situation in the ancient mine of God. So, the remaining ancient mines are all useless. There are no treasures. With that, Lu Ming laughed loudly. He stepped out with Xian Yanqing and Long Chen and left in an instant. Mu Ju gritted his teeth and shouted out Lu Ming's name. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. After hearing Lu Ming's words, who else would go up to choose stones? Sure enough, there was a burst of discussion around the square. There's no more. The rest are all useless. Lu Ming must be able to sense the situation in the ancient mine of God. If he said there's no more, then there's no more. There are thousands of ancient mines in the ancient mine of God, and only 4 of them have treasures. The Mu clan is really a scam. Let's go. They're all useless. What's the point of choosing? The people in the square shook their heads and then flew in all directions. After a while, there was no one left in the square. Only the Mu clan's people were left. Ah! Mu Ju let out a sound like a wild boar. He was incomparably angry. This time, the Mu clan's stone gambling conference was completely ruined. Lu Ming took out 4 treasures. Moreover, no one would buy them anymore. With so many ancient mines in the ancient mine of God, the loss was disastrous. Lu Ming must die. Damn it, I must find a way to kill him. Mu Ju roared crazily in his heart. Lu Ming's mood was the opposite of his. He was very happy. The 4 treasures were each more precious than the last. Especially the divine sun stone at the end, it was simply a priceless treasure. They spent a total of 400,000 origin stones to get 4 such precious treasures. They made a big profit. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the General's Peak. When they arrived at the General's Peak, Xian Yanqing's eyes looked forward. In front of them, Xian Yanjuan was wearing a snow-white robe. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Besides Xian Yanjuan, there was a young man in white. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was the kind of person who would attract everyone's attention when he stood in the crowd. He was born high and mighty and everyone looked up to him. This was an extraordinary hero. Because with just a glance, Lu Ming felt a strong pressure from this person. It was a dangerous pressure. Xian Yanjuan looked at Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming. He snorted with slight disdain and hostility. That girl is your sister? The white-robed man looked at Xian Yanqing and asked Xian Yanjuan. He was a little surprised. Just a weirdo. Don't bother about him. Xian Yanjuan said. Then, he left the General's Peak with the white-robed man. Chapter 1227. I'm me F.A., benefactors, you have to be careful of that man in white. At this moment, a Buddhist chant sounded and Monk Wuliang appeared. Monk, do you know who he is? Lu Ming asked. Yes, because Xian Yanjuan has been very close to this person. There are 3 strongest supreme talents in the younger generation of South God Palace. This person is one of them, Wang Zhen. Monk Wuliang said. This person is Wang Zhen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3 strongest geniuses of the younger generation of Southern God Palace were all extraordinary geniuses. Each of them was terrifying, and their cultivation levels were unfathomable. One of them was Ji Hongqian. Lu Ming had met him before and he was indeed extraordinary. He did not expect Xian Yanjuan to be so close to Wang Zhen, one of the 3 great geniuses of the Southern God Palace. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and returned to his room with Xian Yanqing and Long Chen. Lu Ming entered his room and entered the mountain river diagram. First, he planted the purple lotus, a sage-level herb, beside the tree of enlightenment, on the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain and a drop of blood essence appeared in his hand. It was the blood essence that he had cut out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Lu Ming planned to devour and refine this drop of blood essence to see if the 9 dragons' bloodline could be promoted to a level 9 divine grade. Previously, Lu Ming had refined 4 drops of sovereign blood essence, but the 9 dragons' bloodline had not been promoted. This time, it was a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, the 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed the drop of blood essence. After the drop of blood essence was swallowed, it did not immediately crumble. Instead, it turned into wisps of pure energy and was constantly refined and converted into the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. The energy of this drop of blood essence was extremely vast and boundless. Lu Ming tried his best to refine it. In the blink of an eye, almost 3 days had passed. The energy of this drop of blood essence was finally completely refined. On the 9 dragons' bloodline, 8 golden chakras shone brightly. It was so bright that one could not open their eyes. Suddenly, wang! Above the 8 brilliant golden chakras, the 9th golden chakra emerged. The 9th golden chakra represented a level 9 divine level bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline had finally advanced to the 9th level of the divine realm. Moreover, after the 9th golden chakra appeared, it was dark golden at first, but it soon became brighter and brighter. Finally, all the 9 golden chakras became as bright as the last one. The 9 dragons' bloodline had finally reached perfection. Roar! At this time, Lu Ming heard an earth-shattering dragon roar in his mind. At the same time, Lu Ming seemed to see an enormous dragon with 9 dragon claws under its abdomen soaring and dancing in the air. The 9 dragons stepped on the sky, their might shocking the heavens. Boom! Lu Ming's mind was buzzing and exploding. At this moment, many things seemed to appear in Lu Ming's mind. This is... Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that it was a memory about the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, it was fragmented, only some memory fragments, extremely rare. The foundation of the true dragon of battle arts. Lu Ming found the foundation of the true dragon of battle arts in the 9 dragons' memory fragments. Only the foundation of battle arts, what a pity. Lu Ming sighed. There should be more chapters of the true dragon of battle arts, but in the fragmented memory fragments of the 9 dragons, Lu Ming only found the foundation of battle arts. And the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Lu Ming found the cultivation method of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Unfortunately, he already had it and did not need it. In addition, he found a few martial techniques, but they were not as good as the true dragon of battle arts and the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, so they were not useful to Lu Ming. My 9 dragons bloodline was only awakened with a drop of 9 dragons blood essence. Is it because it was only a drop of blood essence that I received fragmented memory fragments? If I want to get more, I need more 9 dragons blood essence. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for a while and checked carefully. Finally, he found something new. Is this about the 9 dragons' ruins? Lu Ming discovered some content and was deep in thought. The 9 dragons' ruins were located at the border between Eastern Wilderness and Middle Continent, in the chaotic region. Back then, Supreme 9 Sons had risked his life to enter the 9 dragons' ruins. In the end, he had obtained 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence, the true dragon of battle arts, and the cultivation method of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Because of that, he had been seriously injured. The 9 dragons' ruins might contain all 9 dragons' blood essence. If I can obtain all 9 dragons' blood essence, I might be able to obtain all 9 dragons' legacies. It seems that after I'm done with the godly ruins continent, I'll have to go to the 9 dragons' ruins when I return to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming pondered. The only thing that excited Lu Ming was that the 9 dragons' bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine grade and had finally produced another dragon force. The 9th dragon force. The 9th dragon force is so powerful. Lu Ming sensed it and showed a hint of excitement. The ninth dragon force was much stronger than any of the previous dragon forces. If I release the ninth dragon force, I might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. Lu Ming pondered. The prison-suppressing monument bloodline was a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument's original body. It was very powerful and was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. However, Lu Ming felt that if he released the ninth dragon force, it might not be weaker than the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. This way, Lu Ming had one more killing move. Suddenly, Lu Ming's mind moved and he exited the mountain river diagram. When he appeared in the room, Xie Nianqing opened the door and walked in. Lu Ming, it's time. We have to go to the ancient city of gods. Xie Nianqing said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Clang. Clang. At this time, a melodious bell rang from somewhere in the southern divine palace. This was the bell that summoned the elites of all continents. At this moment, Long Chen, Yang Patian, unscrupulous monk, underworld child, and the others walked out of their rooms and flew towards the sound of the bell. Soon, they arrived at a square. There were already some young experts standing in the square. These young people were divided into different regions and gathered together. Obviously, they were all elites from different continents. There were more and less people. Some had 7 or 8 people and some had 30 to 40 people. Lu Ming was shocked. Those who could come here were basically peerless elites who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. There were only 12 of them in the entire divine wilderness continent, but some continents had 30 to 40 of them. It was really shocking. The difference in strength between the continents was obvious. Shwa. 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 The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as 50 to 60 young figures flew over. Lu Ming saw Wang Zhen in white and Ji Hongqian in the crowd. However, Wang Zhen and Ji Hongqian were half a step behind another purple-haired youth. This purple-haired youth was flying at the front. Lu Ming also saw Mu Ju in the crowd. Mu Ju looked around and when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes emitted a cold light. Chapter 12:28. The number of geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace who were qualified to participate in the Celestial God Sect selection was around 50 to 60. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed the number 1 continent in the Godly Ruins continent. The number of geniuses there was shocking. The Southern Divine Palace was only one of the 4 major factions in the Godly Ruins continent. With so many geniuses, one could imagine how terrifying the top 3 geniuses were. When the geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace arrived, a loud cry could be heard from the horizon. Huge beasts were flying toward them. They were flying leopards. Their bodies were pitch black, but they had fleshy wings. When they spread their wings, they were more than 100 meters wide. There were at least 20 of them, and each of them had a powerful aura that made people feel pressured. Great Circle Spiritual God Realm. There were more than 20 flying leopards, and they were all at the Great Circle Spiritual God Realm. A black-robed middle-aged man stood on one of the flying leopards. He was the same man who had brought Lu Ming and the others to the Divine Wilderness continent. He was a 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm Elder of the Southern Divine Palace. Behind him stood 2 old men who emitted the aura of martial emperors. However, their status was obviously lower than the black-robed middle-aged man. All of you, get on the flying leopards and follow me to the ancient city of the Godly Ruins. The black-robed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Yes. The geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace were the first to respond. They stepped into the air and flew onto different flying leopards. Then, the geniuses from the other continents also flew into the air and flew toward the flying leopards. Lu Ming and the rest of the people from the Divine Wilderness continent gathered on a flying leopard. Let's go. The black-robed middle-aged man announced. More than 20 flying leopards roared and flew into the sky. Then, like black lightning, they flew toward the ancient city of the Godly Ruins at an astonishing speed. The flying beasts at the Great Circle Spiritual God Realm were traveling at full speed. However, the ancient city of the Godly Ruins was in the center of the Southern Divine Palace. Even with the flying leopard speed, it would take them 2 days to reach the ancient city of the godly ruins. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and Enchanting stood side by side and looked at the mountains and rivers below. Lu Ming, there are people from 2 continents watching us. Enchanting said to Lu Ming. Yeah, I saw it too. Lu Ming nodded and looked to the left. On one of the flying leopards, there were many youths wearing feathered clothes. Regardless of gender, they all had sharp eyes and there were many of them. There were actually more than 40 of them. Apart from the southern god palace, this was the continent with the most people. Muju. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold because he saw Muju's figure among these people. At this moment, Muju was also coldly looking at Lu Ming and the others. Brother Mu, are they the ones who offended you? One of the feather-clad youths looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. That's right, it's them, especially that Lu Ming. I want him dead. Muju said resentfully. He's just a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent. Don't worry, if there's a chance, we'll get rid of him. That woman, on the other hand, isn't bad. We can keep her and enjoy her. The feather-clad youths said indifferently as if killing Lu Ming was as simple as eating and drinking for them. They didn't put Lu Ming in their eyes at all. Then, I'll learn from brother Yu. Muju was overjoyed. At the same time, on another flying leopard, there were also some youths looking coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew a few of them. They were the few heaven's prides who were defeated by Lu Ming in the divine ruins. You were defeated by that person? One of the heaven's prides from the continent asked indifferently. Yes, this person's combat strength is pretty good, one of the youths who was defeated by Lu Ming replied. What do you mean by pretty good combat strength? He's just a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent. What's so good about him? You're just trash. That young man scolded coldly. The few young men who had been defeated by Lu Ming blushed and did not know what to say. However, no matter what, you're still from the divine wilderness continent. Knowing that you're from the divine wilderness continent, you still dared to make a move. I'll remember this. I'll kill those people when I see them. The youth spoke. He had short hair and looked very confident. On the flying leopard that Lu Ming was on, Longchen walked towards Lu Ming and Muju. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The people from the White Feather Continent and the Divine Wilderness Continent have their eyes on us. Longchen reminded. The 4th-ranked White Feather Continent and the 9th-ranked Divine Wilderness Continent? If they don't know what's good for them, we can only send them on their way. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Longchen's eyes lit up. He nodded and left without saying anything. Hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers passed by in a flash. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. An ancient city that was even more magnificent than the southern divine palace appeared in front of them. This was the ancient city of divine ruins, the most majestic and ancient city in the divine ruins continent. In the divine ruins continent, the 4 major forces were the eastern, western, southern, and southern divine palaces. In fact, a long time ago, the 4 divine palaces belonged to one force, which was the Divine Gate. The ancient city of divine ruins was the headquarters of the Divine Gate. But now, the 4 divine palaces reigned supreme, and the Divine Gate was divided into 4. No force could occupy the ancient city of divine ruins for their own use. Therefore, the ancient city of divine ruins was very special. It was a city shared by the 4 divine palaces. Usually, some people would be stationed here. If the 4 divine palaces had any major matters, they would discuss it in the ancient city of divine ruins. The flying leopard didn't stop and flew directly into the ancient city of divine ruins, towards the center of the city. When they arrived at the center of the ancient city of divine ruins, Lu Ming saw that there were 36 straight mountains that reached into the sky, forming the 36 heavenly dipper positions. In the sky above the 36 mountains, there were 9 ancient altars suspended in the air. They were filled with an ancient aura. At this time, the 36 mountains were surrounded by people. They were all local warriors of the ancient city of divine ruins. It's the southern divine palace. The southern divine palace and the 9 southern continents have arrived. A local warrior of the ancient city of divine ruins said. Roar. The roars of ferocious beasts came from the west. Many huge tigers with wings on their backs flew over, carrying many young geniuses. The western divine palace and the 9 continents have arrived. Someone shouted. Western divine palace. Lu Ming looked to the west. There were also young prodigies riding on the giant tigers. They were also looking at them with sharp gazes. Ha ha ha, you guys are early. A loud laugh came from the east. A fiery red divine eagle flew over. The leader was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura suppressed the world and was not inferior to the middle-aged man in black from the southern divine palace. There were many young geniuses on the fiery red godly eagles as well. There were more of them than the South God Palace and the West God Palace. The Eastern Divine Palace and the 11 continents in the East had arrived. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 12:29. North Divine Palace and the 12 continents in the North. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, the sky prides of South Divine Palace, West Divine Palace, and East Divine Palace all looked at the sky prides of North Divine Palace with solemn expressions. The 4 great divine palaces also had differences in strength. South Divine Palace and West Divine Palace were similar in strength and ranked last. East Divine Palace was slightly stronger than South Divine Palace and West Divine Palace. Among them, North Divine Palace was undoubtedly the strongest. That was because the second continent and the continent of divine ruins was in the north. In the direction of North Divine Palace, sky prides stood proudly. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies without restraint. There were close to 300 of them. At that moment, around the 36 mountains, sharp gazes pierced through the void like sharp swords. They were sizing each other up in the void. Gathered here were the strongest young sky prides of the continent of divine ruins. There were close to 1,000 of them. Close to 1,000 sky prides was a huge number. These sky prides were all experts who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. Every single one of them was a sky prides with great luck. Lion Do, Kong Lin, Yang Patian, Underworld Child, and the others of the divine wilderness continent all had solemn expressions. Deep in their eyes, there was shock. In the divine wilderness continent, they were undoubtedly at the peak of existence. Each of them was destined to become sovereigns. They would be the center of attention and be invincible among their peers. They were all arrogant and thought that even if they were to leave the divine wilderness continent, they would not be weak. They were the best sky prides. However, at that moment, their confidence was shaken. That was because there were close to 1,000 sky prides here. Every single one of them was no weaker than them. Some were even stronger. So many sky prides. This is more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt the blood in his body boiling. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Beside him, Long Chen was also filled with fighting spirit. They stood at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness continent and were invincible. But now, they had so many opponents. This made their blood boil once again. Swoosh. 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 At that moment, a dozen figures moved. In a flash, they flew toward the 36 mountains. Lu Ming saw that there were 3 people from South Divine Palace. They were Ji Hongchen, Wang Zhen, and the purple-haired youth. Western Divine Palace also had 3 people, while Eastern Divine Palace and Northern Divine Palace had 4 each. There were a total of 14 of them, and they were the 14 strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces. Their names had long since shaken the entire divine ruins continent. The 14 of them each landed on the peak of a mountain, looking down on the other geniuses. Only the strongest geniuses could enter the 36 astral peaks. It was a symbol of status. The 14 peerless geniuses of the 4 godly palaces obviously had the right to do so. Looking at the 14 heaven's favorites, many people's eyes lit up. Whoosh. 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 Then, one figure after another leaped onto the remaining mountains like flickering lights and passing shadows. More than 22 people leaped onto the remaining 22 mountains. Naturally, some of the mountains had more than one person. Scram! Someone shouted. You're the one who should get lost. What qualifications do you have to occupy this mountain? Boom! Then, a great battle broke out. It was very intense. Those who wanted to enter the mountains were extremely powerful geniuses. They were confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have dared to go up. Most of them were the strongest geniuses of the top 10 continents of the Divine Ruins continent. Boom! 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 The sky rumbled. The battle was extremely intense. Various lights flickered in the sky. Heavens, are these the strongest geniuses of the Divine Ruins continent? This is too shocking. Their strength is comparable to a perfect spirit god, right? Even a perfect spirit god isn't this terrifying. Many people discussed among themselves in astonishment. Meanwhile, the eyes of Underworld Child, Lion Do, and the others were filled with astonishment. These people were too strong. 7th layer spirit god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These young men in the battle were all at the 7th layer spirit god realm. Their strength was extremely shocking. In the end, the battle was still decided. Someone was knocked flying while spitting out blood. Then, a young man stood on each of the 36 astral peaks. However, the battle was obviously not over yet. Scram! This is not a place where you can stand. Young experts flew up from 4 different directions. They each chose a target and launched a fierce attack. On the Southern God Palace's side, 3 people from the White Feather continent had set foot on the Divine Ruins continent, 1 from the Zhanping continent, and 1 youth from another continent. This continent was called the Flaming Tide continent. This youth was wearing a long robe with a flame pattern. He was the number 1 genius of the Flaming Tide continent. At this moment, a short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent flew out and attacked the Flaming Tide continent's genius. Scram! The short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent shouted coldly. His iron fist was like a mountain as he punched the Flaming Tide continent's genius. The Flaming Tide continent's genius's gaze turned cold. Flames surged from his body as he engaged in a fierce battle with the short-haired youth. Both of them were at the 7th layer spirit god realm. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent was stronger and sent the Flaming Tide continent's genius flying. The Zhanping continent is indeed worthy of being ranked 8th. This person is called Lu Qingzhou. He's the number 2 genius of the Zhanping continent. His strength is actually so shocking. The top 10 continents are indeed amazing. They have as many experts as the clouds. The other continents can't compare at all. The geniuses of the smaller continents around Lu Ming and the others were discussing. Their words were filled with awe and admiration. They were all geniuses who stood at the peak of their respective continents. However, compared to these geniuses, there was a huge gap. However, many of them clenched their fists. They were confident that their talent wasn't inferior to others. It was just that their resources weren't as good as those of the top continents. That was why their cultivation was lagging behind. As long as they were given time, they were confident that they could catch up. Lu Qingzhou stood at the top of a mountain and looked around. His gaze was especially cold when it landed on Lu Ming. You too, scram. Unfortunately, Lu Qingzhou didn't even stand there for a minute before a genius from the Eastern Divine Palace rushed out and attacked Lu Qingzhou. The 2 of them fought fiercely. However, after just a dozen moves, Lu Qingzhou was beaten until he vomited blood and was sent flying far away. Damn it! Lu Qingzhou growled. He looked unwilling, but his eyes were filled with shock. The genius from the Eastern Divine Palace had defeated him in a dozen moves. He was too strong. The fierce battle continued. However, the 14 strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces, as well as the geniuses from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th continents, didn't dare to challenge them. That was because these people gave off a very dangerous feeling. The battle went on for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Chapter 12:30. 36 Big Dipper peaks were occupied by 36 sky prides. They stood high and proud as they looked down on the other geniuses. For a moment, no one went up to challenge them. Of course, it didn't mean that the 36 sky prides were the strongest among the 1,000 sky prides present. There might be some who didn't want to challenge them. For example, Long Chen. Currently, Long Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spirit god. With the terrifying power of his immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline, he could definitely occupy one of the peaks. There was also Lu Ming. Now that his 9 dragons bloodline had reached the 9th level of the divine realm, his combat strength was even stronger. It wouldn't be a problem for him to occupy one of the peaks. Among the remaining geniuses, how could there not be any sky prides with terrifying strength? It was just that they didn't make a move due to various reasons. After all, the Celestial Gods sect hadn't started the selection process yet. There was no need for some to expose their strength. Ha ha ha, looks like the Southern Divine Palace isn't going to make it. You only occupy 7 peaks. A loud laugh came from an emperor of the West Divine Palace. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. There were a total of 36 peaks, and the Southern Divine Palace only occupied 7. It was obvious that they were weaker. The Western Divine Palace and the Southern Divine Palace's strength had always been on par. The competition between them was naturally fierce. Moreover, the Celestial God sect was selecting disciples this time. Whoever succeeded in joining the Celestial God sect would naturally receive more rewards from the Celestial God sect. The sky prides of the Southern Divine Palace aren't that high profile. The black-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. So you're saying that the Southern Divine Palace is hiding many sky prides who can step onto the Big Dipper Peak? The sovereign from the Western Divine Palace sneered. The black-robed middle-aged man's face was cold. He didn't say anything as he wasn't confident. He was just putting on a brave front. Buzz. At this moment, one of the altars in the sky suddenly vibrated slightly. Countless inscriptions flashed and radiance spread out. Many people were shocked as they looked at the altar with hopeful eyes. Legend had it that the 9 ancient altars were the spatial passageways that led to the major forces of the Yuan continent. A long time ago, the Divine Ruins mainland was connected to the 9 major forces of the Yuan continent. Therefore, the 9 altars were left. But now, the Godly Ruins mainland had long lost contact with the 9 major forces. The 9 ancient altars had not been activated for a long time. Some time ago, one of the forces, the Heavenly God sect, suddenly got in touch with the Divine Ruins continent and issued an order to select disciples. Were the experts of the Celestial God sect, one of the major forces of the Yuan continent, about to arrive? That was one of the major forces in Yuan continent. Most of the people were staring at the altar with burning gazes. Yuanlu was the core of the primordial realm. It was a place that all cultivators yearned for. It was a holy land for cultivation. Over there were powerhouses who truly stood at the peak. Legend had it that there were peerless almighty beings who had survived since the ancient times. There were countless geniuses there. That place was prosperous to the extreme. Unfortunately, no one had been there. Even many rulers had not been there. Now, he was finally going to meet the experts of the major forces in Yuanlu. Wang. The light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, a door of light appeared on the ancient altar. Then, everyone saw figures emerging from the door of light. There were a total of 6 figures. The leader was an elder with a head full of silver hair. Behind the elder were 2 middle-aged burly men. The 3 of them stood there casually, but their bodies exuded an unparalleled pressure. That pressure was like a sacred mountain that weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. It pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The pressure that the 3 of them gave off was far greater than that of the black-robed middle-aged man. In other words, the 3 of them had surpassed level 3 martial royal realm. Behind the 3 of them were 3 young men. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. The three young men and women scanned the crowd. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, arrogance, and disdain. It was as if they were high and mighty emperors facing a bunch of beggars. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The rulers of the 4 sacred palaces quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The others, including the emissary of the ancient city of the divine ruins, also bowed respectfully. Are all the geniuses of the continent of the divine ruins here? The silver-haired elder asked. His voice was melodious and resounded in everyone's ears. No matter how far away they were, they could hear him clearly. Emissary, all the strongest geniuses of the continent of the divine ruins are here. A ruler of the northern sacred palace said respectfully. Very well. From now on, the heavenly god sect will choose a group of geniuses to join the heavenly god sect. There is no limit to the number. It mainly depends on your performance. If you perform well, you will be able to join the heavenly god sect. Therefore, you will have to go through a series of tests. There will be 2 rounds in this test. Now, we need to set up the venue for the first round of tests. It will take 7 days, so the first round of tests will take place in 7 days. Come back 7 days later. The silver-haired elder announced. Yes, we will take our leave. The rulers of the 4 sacred palaces bowed and left with the geniuses. The 4 sacred palaces all had branches in the ancient city of the divine ruins. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a huge mansion. There were many palaces and buildings in the mansion. Lu Ming and the others each had a spacious room. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing entered the room together and entered the mountain river diagram. Xian Yinxing sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and quietly comprehended. In the divine ruins, Xian Yinxing had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert who cultivated the demonic Tao. He needed time to comprehend it carefully. The Enlightenment ancient tree could help Xian Yinxing improve quickly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a pile of origin stones appeared in front of him. There were millions of them. Now, Lu Ming's various wills of heaven and earth had been greatly improved, far surpassing his current cultivation. It was time to use the origin stones to improve his cultivation. In this selection, there were many geniuses in the divine ruins. With Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 5th level spirit god, it was obviously not enough. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and swallowed millions of origin stones in one gulp and began to refine them. The 9 dragons' bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine realm, and the power of devouring and refining had increased to a terrifying level. The refining of origin stones had also reached an astonishing level. Millions of origin stones were constantly being refined and turned into true origin chi, which surged in Lu Ming's body like a tide. Rumble. True origin chi flowed and rumbled. Lu Ming's spirit god became more and more condensed and dazzling. Lu Ming's cultivation also became stronger. Soon, millions of origin stones were all refined. Lu Ming took out millions more and continued to devour and refine them. At his current level, Lu Ming needed even more origin stones. Just like this, Lu Ming had refined a shocking 20 million origin stones. At this moment, a fierce whistling sound came from Lu Ming's body. His aura suddenly soared. 6th level spirit god. Chapter 1231. However, Lu Ming did not stop at this point. Instead, he continued to devour and refine origin stones. His current intent realm cultivation was enough to support his cultivation to skyrocket. Piles of origin stones were constantly refined and turned into Lu Ming's true yuan. Early 6th level spirit god, mid 6th level spirit god, late 6th level spirit god, Lu Ming's cultivation was rising at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. When the 7th day arrived, Lu Ming's aura had reached an unprecedented height. 7th level spirit god. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th level spirit god in one go. So strong. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon art and felt the true yuan in his body that was 10 times stronger than before. He smiled. Compared to 7 days ago, his current combat strength was many times more powerful than before. The stronger his cultivation and true yuan were, the stronger the hell-suppressing heaven skill's power would be, and his battle strength would skyrocket. Whoosh! Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, arriving in front of Xian Yanqing. At this moment, Xian Yanqing also stood up and smiled. In 7 days, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had actually risen by 2 levels, from the early 6th level spirit god to the late 6th level spirit god. The speed was also shockingly fast. Xian Yanqing had just obtained the inheritance of a supreme existence. This period of time was the time for her cultivation to explode. As she comprehended more of the inheritance, her cultivation would continue to rise. Time's up. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled with confidence in his eyes. The two of them exited the mountain river diagram. As expected, the crowd had already begun to gather. In a courtyard, the prodigies of the southern god palace were gathered. The black-robed middle-aged man was sitting at the front. The black-robed middle-aged man had a solemn expression. This time, the prodigies of the other 3 forces are all shockingly strong. You must work hard. Once you're selected by the celestial gods sect and become their disciples, not only will you be able to join the celestial gods sect to cultivate, but the southern god palace will also reward you greatly. Therefore, you must do your best. Yes. Everyone nodded. All right, come with me. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and led the group into the sky. Soon, they arrived near the 36 Tiangang Mountains. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, air-piercing sounds could be heard continuously. The geniuses of the other 3 factions had arrived as well. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the heavenly god Sek's silver-haired elder and the others appeared in the air above the 36 mountains. The silver-haired old man swept them with his gaze and said, "This time, the first round will be carried out in a small dimension. There are no rules there, and you can utilize any method. Your mission is to stay in that dimension for 15 days, and you'll be able to enter the next round if you stay there for 15 days. As long as I stay for 15 days, I can enter the next round?" Many people were surprised. This sounded very simple. If he stayed for 15 days, wouldn't he be able to enter the next round if he found a place to hide? It shouldn't be that simple, many people thought. Also, there are some opportunities in this small plane. I can tell you that these opportunities are very rare in the continent of God and can greatly increase your strength. The silver-haired old man's voice was full of temptation. Many people's eyes lit up. These opportunities were given by the heavenly god sect. How valuable would they be? Of course, if you want to obtain these opportunities, you'll need the key, and the key is with each of you. The silver-haired old man continued. You need the key. The key is with each of us? Many people were flabbergasted and puzzled. However, the silver-haired old man didn't want to explain further. An earth-shattering aura burst out from his body. The aura was so strong that even the black-clothed middle-aged man, who was a rank 3 martial royal realm expert, was shocked. Whoosh! The silver-haired old man waved his hand and a huge light door appeared in the air. You can enter from here. The silver-haired old man said. Let's go. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, some people rushed into the door of light and disappeared. The silver-haired old man had said that there were great opportunities inside. If they entered first, they would have a higher chance of obtaining great opportunities. Go, go, go. Young people rushed into the light door one by one. Shao Qing, be careful when you enter. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand. I will, you too. Xian Yanqing nodded. Following this, the two sprang into the air and entered the light door. Following this, the surroundings changed abruptly. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a mountain range. There was no one around him. As expected, the place was random. He had been separated from Xianyinqing. Lu Ming took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and sent a message to Xianyinqing. Unfortunately, the message could not be sent out. At that instant, Lu Ming discovered that his spine was slightly warm, with streams of blood qi lingering in the air. These streams of blood qi gathered above Lu Ming's head and formed a blood-red key. Key? The silver-haired old man said that the key is with each of us. Is he referring to this key? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps each of them had a key above their heads. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming chose a direction at random and flew into the air. That's. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw a floating palace high in the sky. There was actually a floating palace here. Lu Ming was very curious and he flew up. The door of the palace was tightly shut. In front of the door, there were two young men. Sure enough, it's a blood-red key. Lu Ming saw a key floating above the two young men's heads. Open. One of the young men heavily punched the door of the palace. However, the door of the palace did not move at all. Instead, it was the young man himself who was pushed back by the rebounding force. It can't be broken. I've tried before. The other young man said. At that moment, the two of them also noticed Lu Ming and looked over at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stopped at a spot not far away and sized up the hall carefully. He did not know what material the palace was made of. The young man who attacked just now was very strong and had reached the 6th level of the spirit god realm, but he still could not break it open. There are 9 small holes over there. Could they be keyholes? Lu Ming suddenly looked at a stone tablet beside the door. There were 9 small holes on the tablet, arranged in a strange pattern. The other two young men's eyes lit up. 9 small holes. Could it be that 9 people and 9 keys are needed to open it? One of the young men in black robes guessed. Swoosh. Suddenly, the 6th level spirit god realm young man pounced toward the young man in black robes like lightning. A saber light condensed in his hand and slashed toward the young man in black robes. What are you doing? Chapter 1232. However, the black-robed youth's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm, and he was much weaker than his opponent. Coupled with the fact that he was in a hurry, he couldn't block the attack at all. Poochie. A bloody light burst forth as the black-robed youth's head flew high into the sky. Even his spirit god was minced into pieces. If I can seize your key, then I don't need 9 people. The youth at the 6th level of the spirit god realm revealed an icy cold smile. Subsequently, a strange scene appeared. The bloodline energy in the spine of the black-robed youth started to converge towards the blood-colored key. The blood-colored key shone resplendently as it suffused the air. Subsequently, it flew towards the youth at the 6th level of the spirit god realm and appeared above his head. 2 blood-colored keys appeared above the head of the 6th level spirit god realm youth. It was only a guess. I didn't expect that I would really be able to seize it. So long as I gather 9 keys, I'll be able to open this hall by myself and obtain the fortune within. The young man at the 6th level spirit god realm laughed and looked at Lu Ming coldly. You actually didn't flee just now. Now, become my key as well. The youth revealed a ferocious expression as his killing intent was icy cold. It's actually a blood-colored key condensed from bloodline energy. How miraculous. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the youth as he muttered with a curious expression. Die, kid. Killing intent bloomed in the youth's eyes when he saw Lu Ming directly ignoring him. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. A blade light slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. Just now, he'd killed the black-robed youth with a blade strike like this. Now, the might of this blade strike was even stronger than the previous one. It seemed like the blade light was about to slash Lu Ming's neck. 3 keys. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the youth's face as if he'd already obtained 3 keys. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and there was an extremely terrified expression in his eyes. A spear light had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his dantian. It went straight through his body and minced his spirit god into pieces. Fast, the spear light's speed was too fast, and its might was terrifying. The true essence that covered his entire body was pierced through by the spear light like paper. No. He opened his mouth with great difficulty, wanting to beg for mercy. The spear light shook, and the 6th-level spirit god youth's body was torn into pieces. As soon as the youth died, his bloodline power gathered towards the blood-colored key. Finally, the 2 blood-colored keys floated above Lu Ming's head. Including his own, there were 3 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head. 3 keys. It seems that killing one person will allow me to obtain the other person's key. As long as I gather all 9 keys, I will be able to open the palace and obtain the fortune inside. I just don't know if there are many of these palaces. If there are many, then it will be a bloody massacre. Lu Ming sighed. In order to obtain the opportunities left behind by the heavenly gods sect in the palace, those geniuses would definitely kill others to obtain the keys. Little Qing. Lu Ming was a little worried about Xianyanqing. First, we have to find Xiao Qing. Lu Ming made up his mind and was about to leave. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light tore through the void and appeared not far away. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming knew both of them. Both of them were geniuses who had fought to a draw with the mainland. One of them was one of the people whom Lu Ming had defeated in the ruins of God. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit god realm. The other one had short hair and looked capable. He was the 2nd strongest genius of the continent, Lu Qingzhou. There were 2 blood-colored keys above Lu Qingzhou's head, and the other one had one. They first glanced at the palace before looking at Lu Ming. It's him. It's that kid from the divine wilderness continent. 3 blood-colored keys. Their eyes lit up when they saw Lu Ming, and then they were overjoyed. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were blazing as he laughed. It's actually this kid who dares to touch the people of the continent. Huh, give me your keys. Lu Qingzhou laughed as his figure flashed and charged towards Lu Ming, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Whoosh! A scimitar appeared in Lu Qingzhou's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming moved his feet and his figure swayed slightly, avoiding Lu Qingzhou's saber gleam. Kid, don't even think about running. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly. Run? I'm afraid that you'll run away. Lu Ming sneered. Whoosh! He took a step forward and instantly approached the other young man from the continent. You. Get lost. The young man shouted and performed bloodline fusion to launch his strongest attack, trying to stop Lu Ming. Although he wasn't a match for Lu Ming in the ruins of God, he could still exchange a few blows with him. Now, he was confident that he could stop Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming punched the young man's bloodline. Immediately, the young man's bloodline exploded and even his physical body was turned into dust. The young man's bloodline power gathered on the blood-colored key above his head and appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were a total of 4 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. Lu Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ming's punch had shocked him. However, he was still confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. It's not bad for a mere divine wilderness continent to have a genius like you. However, you still have to die. Kill. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly as his saber light tore through the void, creating a hideous crack in space. Whoosh! The sharp saber light went straight for Lu Ming's throat. You want to kill me after fighting the 2nd strongest genius of the continent? Let's see what you're capable of. Lu Ming punched out and 8 dragon forces erupted from his body as he activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The void seemed to be groaning under Lu Ming's fist. The space within a radius of 1,000 miles was vibrating violently, creating many ripples. Clang! The fist collided with Lu Qingzhou's saber light. Lu Qingzhou's expression changed drastically as his body flew out like a cannonball, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. 7th level spirit god, but how can a 7th level spirit god be so strong? Lu Qingzhou roared in his heart. He could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early 7th level spirit god realm. The fact that there was a 7th level spirit god in the divine wilderness continent had already shocked him. However, his cultivation was at the late 7th level spirit god realm, which was even higher than Lu Ming's. It was shocking that he was heavily injured by a single punch. He was afraid in his heart. This is a monster. Let's go. Whoosh. Lu Qingzhou turned around and fled frantically. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and crossed the void in a few steps, chasing after Lu Qingzhou. He approached Lu Ming in a few breaths' time. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Qingzhou roared as he executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a saber. The saber emitted a dazzling light and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming still punched out. The saber shook violently and flew far away. Clang! Then, Lu Ming punched out again. Chapter 1233. Currently, 3 of Lu Ming's 5 intents had reached the peak of the 4th level, and 2 of them had reached the peak of the 4th level. Just the combination of the 5 intents was already very powerful, not to mention the other intents. Now, Lu Ming could easily crush ordinary geniuses of the same level, even if they had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. The machete exploded, and Lu Qingzhou's body flew far away. His body was almost smashed, and he was covered in blood. Blood was also spurting out of his mouth. How could this be? How could he be so strong? He roared in his heart, extremely terrified. Being ranked 8th among the 42 continents of the Divine Ruins continent group meant that there were many geniuses there. For him to be ranked 2nd among so many geniuses, he was definitely second only to one person and above millions of others. He was an invincible existence at the same level. But now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming in a few punches. It was really unbelievable. All he wanted now was to escape, as far as he could. But obviously, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and punched out. A violent force crushed towards Lu Qingzhou. No, no! Lu Qingzhou roared hysterically, but in the next moment, his body suddenly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Bloodline power gathered towards the keys, and in the next moment, 6 blood-colored keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. Buzz! At this moment, the 6 blood-colored keys vibrated as if they were resonating with each other, emitting a strong blood-colored light. Then, the light of the 6 keys gathered, forming an extremely strong blood-colored light pillar that shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, even Lu Ming could see this blood-colored light pillar from a very far distance away. What's that? What a strong blood-colored light. Could a rare treasure have appeared? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. One by one, figures pounced in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the light pillar above his head and was stunned. Could it be that gathering 6 keys would cause such a phenomenon? Then it would be too difficult to gather 9 keys. It would be strange if such a phenomenon did not attract other experts. There was nowhere to hide. It was too difficult to obtain the opportunity mentioned by the Heavenly God sect. If that's the case, I'll kill whoever dares to touch me. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He decided not to leave. He stood quietly in the void and waited. Not long after, whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. 7 or 8 youths in feathered robes appeared first. It's him. It's Lu Ming. One of them was actually Mu Ju. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, he shouted loudly, revealing a cold light. 6 keys. A mere piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent actually managed to gather 6 keys. It looks like his luck is pretty good. The moment he arrived, he encountered a pile of trash. A young man with black wings sneered. How strong could a person from the divine wilderness continent be to be able to gather 6 keys? He must have encountered a continent that was even more trashy, allowing Lu Ming to obtain the 6 keys. If I kill him, I'll be able to gather the 9 keys. A young man in silver-white feathered robes licked his lips and sneered. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. You were lucky last time. Mu Ju laughed. There were 7 heavens prides from the white feather continent here. One of them, the young man in white feathered robes, was an existence that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. He was superior to the other heavens prides. With the heavens prides from the white feather continent here, he was sure that Lu Ming was going to die. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air continued to ring out. A group of youths appeared behind Lu Ming. The one in the lead had a face full of green whiskers and an extremely powerful aura. There are 6 keys. Huh, these 6 keys are mine. The young man with the green whiskers saw the 6 blood-red keys above Lu Ming's head and his eyes emitted a blazing light. There were 4 keys above his head. Adding Lu Ming's, he had 9 keys. Man Feng, it's you. On the white feather continent, the young man in silver-feathered robes had a slight change in expression. The young man with the green whiskers came from the yellow-verdant continent and was ranked 5th in the Divine Ruins continent group. The young man with the green whiskers was also an expert that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. Ha, Silver Wing, what a coincidence. The young man with the green whiskers grinned. Man Feng, I found this brat first. You should leave as soon as possible. Silver Wing said coldly. Ha ha, what a joke. This is the Heavenly God sex assessment. Who told you about first come first serve? It depends on ability. The keys will belong to whoever kills him first. Man Feng grinned. He looked simple and honest, but the cruel killing intent in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, there were sounds of something breaking through the air from other directions. More young heavens prides had arrived. But when they saw Man Feng and Silver Wing, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's the heavens prides that stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. Retreat. Let's go. The faces of those who came later changed drastically as they retreated. Lu Ming is dead meat. One of them was the Divine Wilderness Continent's Heaven's Pride, Lion Capital. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a gloating light as he fled far away. Kill. At this moment, Silver Wings suddenly launched an attack. A pair of silver wings appeared behind his back. Like a silver lightning bolt, he pounced towards Lu Ming. His sharp claws could tear through everything as he clawed at Lu Ming. Silver Wing, you're despicable. How dare you launch a sneak attack? This brat is mine. Man Feng roared. The roar of a beast could be heard from his body. He took a few steps in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them had completely treated Lu Ming as their prey, their key provider. In their eyes, Lu Ming's fate was already sealed. He was dead for sure. They had to be wary of him. He's mine. Silver Wing's eyes were cold. He had killed Lu Ming in one move. In this way, if he killed Lu Ming first, Lu Ming's blood-colored key would naturally belong to him. Hee hee, you're just ignoring me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He shifted his feet slightly and dodged Silver Wing's claw. Brat, you still dare to dodge? Die. Silver Wing roared. His claws swiftly clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to dodge. He was furious. He had seized the opportunity with great difficulty. If Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he lose it? In his heart, he did not consider that if he wanted to kill Lu Ming, wouldn't it be normal for Lu Ming to dodge? He only thought that if Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he destroy his opportunity? Then I won't dodge. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, boom. An extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. The aura of a 7th-level spirit god was completely released. The 5-colored concept revolved around him as he punched out. This punch directly hit one of Silver Wing's claws. Crack. Chapter 1234. What? Man Feng was originally rushing towards Lu Ming, worried that Silverwing would take the initiative. But suddenly, he saw that Silverwing's claw was injured by Lu Ming's punch, and he kept retreating. He was a little stunned. In his imagination, this was not the case at all. He was still worried that Lu Ming would be killed by the Silverwing in 2 moves. In his heart, he was silently praying that Lu Ming could dodge and block a few moves. Never did he expect that it would actually be such a scene. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Shrouded by Lu Ming's killing intent, Silverwing felt cold all over and quickly retreated. You don't want to kill me. Why are you retreating now? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, caught up with Silverwing in an instant, and struck out with his palm. The power of this palm made Silverwing's hair stand on end, and his muscles trembled in fear. Caw! A sharp cry was heard. Silverwing turned into a big silver bird, exuding a silver light and extraordinary power. It turned out that Silverwing was not a human, but a demon. This was his original form. In his original form, Silverwing folded his wings and blocked in front of him, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. Bam! Lu Ming's palm slashed down, crushing the Silverwing's protective demonic power. The palm slashed on the Silverwing's wings, emitting a loud clang. The Silverwing directly exploded and silver feathers flew all over the sky. Silverwing screamed and retreated like crazy, like a silver lightning bolt. Bam! 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 Lu Ming stepped forward, using the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. The power of each step was stronger than the previous one, and the power of each step fell on Silverwing's body. With each step, Silverwing's body shook violently. When Lu Ming took the 8th step, Silverwing let out a shrill scream, and then his body was torn apart. Silver blood scattered in the air. How can he be so strong? On the other side, Man Fong was flabbergasted. Then, he felt a chill in his heart. It was too shocking. Silverwing's battle prowess was about the same as his, but in Lu Ming's hands, he was killed in just a few moves. This was too terrifying. Run! Run! This was the first thing that flashed through his mind. Then, he turned around and ran. Didn't you want my key? Why are you running away now? A cold voice rang in Man Feng's ears. Man Feng roared in fright. He exploded with all his strength and punched towards Lu Ming. But what welcomed him was Lu Ming's punch. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, Man Feng felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his arm had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! 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 Following that was Lu Ming's storm-like attacks. The shadows of his fists were like mountains, enveloping brute wind. No! Man Feng roared, but in the next moment, he was drowned out. Then, with a scream, Man Feng was killed. 2 top powerhouses who could step foot on the 36th Tiangang Peak were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. How could this be? Not too far away, the geniuses of the White Feather Continent and the Yellow Verdant Continent looked at this scene in shock. They were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Especially Mu Ju, he kept muttering, completely unable to accept everything in front of him. Lu Ming's battle prowess was very strong. He had long known that Lu Ming had killed so many experts in the ruins of God. Even the experts at the Great Perfection Spirit God realm were no match for Lu Ming. However, the geniuses who could set foot on the 36 Tiangang peaks had the battle prowess of a Great Perfection Spirit God. They could even kill a Great Perfection Spirit God. Their battle prowess was incomparably close to that of a Supreme Being. They were definitely above Lu Ming at that time. He originally thought that with Silverwing's battle prowess, it was enough to kill Lu Ming. But now? Lu Ming effortlessly slashed Silverwings and Brute Wind consecutively. He did not even unleash his bloodline. This kind of combat power was simply too shocking and terrifying. Mu Ju, it's your turn now. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Mu Ju with eyes full of killing intent. No, no, Mu Ju was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He screamed and ran back frantically. The others also dispersed in an uproar. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure was like lightning, rushing towards Mu Ju. No, don't kill me. Help! Help! Mu Ju screamed crazily, completely without the courage to resist. Didn't you want to kill me? Lu Ming said. No, please, let me go. Mu Ju was about to cry. Why didn't you consider letting me go when we were in the ruins of God? Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was incomparably cold. He must kill Mu Ju. Lu Ming, I'm the young lord of the Mu family. My father is the patriarch of the Mu family, an emperor. If you want to kill me, no one can save you. You're dead meat. Mu Ju screamed. Seeing that begging for mercy didn't work, he began to threaten. That's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. No. Mu Ju was trembling in fear. He only knew how to scream. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with Mu Ju. With a palm strike, Mu Ju didn't have the slightest strength to resist and was killed by Lu Ming. Buzz! At this moment, the light above Lu Ming's head was even more dazzling. The blood-red light pillar was even more brilliant. Because there were a total of 9 blood-red keys floating above Lu Ming's head. Why are there only 9? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now, he had killed Silverwing and Man Fong. Logically speaking, he should have obtained more than 10 keys from them. But now, there were only 9 keys above Lu Ming's head. It seems that I can only get 9 keys at a time. Any more and it would be a waste. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Let's open that palace first. Lu Ming's eyes looked at the palace. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching rapidly. Whoosh! In the sky, a sword light fell from the sky, aiming at Lu Ming. Before the sword light arrived, a terrifying chill descended, as if it was going to freeze Lu Ming completely. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sword light. With a bang, the sword light exploded and turned into ice shards that scattered in all directions. It was an ice sword. As for Lu Ming, he took 3 consecutive steps back. So cold, such a terrifying chill. Lu Ming felt his fist go numb. He looked down and saw a layer of ice crystals on his fist. His fist was covered with 5 types of essence of heaven and earth and was covered by his vital essence. Under his skin, there was also a layer of dragon power due to the outburst of dragon power. However, the cold air actually penetrated multiple layers of defense and was about to freeze Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming had never seen such a chill before. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw a young man in white walking towards Lu Ming step by step. There were 5 keys floating above this person's head. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This person was one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North Divine Palace. He was as famous as Ji Hongqian and Wang Zhen. Ice Dragon. Chapter 1235. Not bad. You were able to take one of my attacks and only took 3 steps back. You're pretty strong. Ice Dragon stepped down step by step and spoke calmly, looking high and mighty. He had seen how Lu Ming killed Silverwing and Man Fong, but he was still full of confidence. Stepping onto the 36th astral peak didn't mean anything. He didn't care about Silverwing and Man Fong at all. You want my key too? Lu Ming looked at Ice Dragon and asked. I can't miss this chance. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky. Ice Dragon said coldly, as if he was certain that Lu Ming would be defeated. You're that confident? Silverwing and Man Fong were also that confident, but they ended up giving me your key. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me with those 2 trash. Otherwise, you'll realize that you've made a huge mistake. Ice Dragon smiled confidently. He walked toward Lu Ming as he spoke, and a terrifying chill spread out from his body. Lu Ming's true yuan boiled and burned fiercely. It seems like you want to fight to the death. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ice Dragon's voice turned cold, and countless ice crystals appeared around him. That was the condensation of the water vapor in the air, which had been frozen by the cold air. Even the wind around the ice dragon had stopped, as if it had been frozen. Whoosh! Ice Dragon pointed at Lu Ming, and a terrifying chill shot toward Lu Ming. The chill seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Boom! Lu Ming's true yuan roared in his body, and the 5 intents of heaven and earth were circulated to the extreme. A pair of 5 colored gloves formed on his fists, and he punched out at the attack. Bang! An intense explosion rang out, and a white, cold chi ripple spread out in all directions. At this moment, with them as the center, the sky for thousands of miles around them turned white, and countless ice crystals appeared. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he took 2 steps back. So cold. This time, not only Lu Ming's fists, but even his body was covered in a layer of white ice crystals. Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows. He was surprised that Lu Ming had managed to block his attack. He was confident that he could kill geniuses like Silver Wing and Man Feng with this single finger. Icebound 10,000 miles. The cold aura around Ice Dragon's body became even colder. This time, it changed from a finger to a palm. With a palm strike, cold aura filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, space seemed to have been frozen. Lu Ming felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp, unable to move. Die. It's your honor to die from this move of mine. Ice Dragon's cold voice sounded. Really? Then let's try the 9th dragon force. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer as a dragon's roar resounded from within his body. The 9th dragon's force erupted. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was suffused with a layer of purple sparkling light. Even his muscles were slightly wriggling. This power? Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon power was boiling, and he was filled with endless power. Boom! With a punch, with Lu Ming as the center, the space within a 10-mile radius was annihilated and turned into nothingness. The feeling of sinking into a swamp also disappeared without a trace. Boom! Then, another punch was thrown towards Ice Dragon, colliding with his palm. This power, when the fist and palm collided, Ice Dragon's face changed drastically. His body trembled as 9 layers of ice crystals appeared in front of him. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Boom boom, the 9 layers of ice crystals turned into ashes under Lu Ming's terrifying power. Chi chi, the ice crystals contained endless cold aura. They wanted to freeze Lu Ming, but they were all repelled by Lu Ming's power. This cold aura seems to be the ice concept. But why is it so terrifying? The temperature is so low. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He had come into contact with the concept of ice many times. Although its power was great, it was still worlds apart from the Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon's ice concept was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had never seen it before. Lu Ming was surprised, but Ice Dragon's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming could actually force him back, which was beyond his expectations. Looks like you were hiding your strength before. Your strength is indeed shocking, but it's still too early to fight with me. Ice Dragon's voice became colder and colder. The aura on his body also became stronger and colder. 8th level Spirit God Realm was Ice Dragon's cultivation. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the 8th level Spirit God Realm. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, it was easy for Ice Dragon to kill a perfected spirit god. Concept martial technique, absolute 0. Hoo, at this moment, Ice Dragon performed bloodline fusion and turned into an ice sword. The sword light was shocking. The moment this sword light appeared, everything in the world seemed to stop moving. It was as if everything in the world had stopped moving. There was only that sword light in the world. The ice sword slashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes also became serious. Ice Dragon's cultivation was originally one level higher than his. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, his battle strength was extremely shocking. Ice Dragon did have the right to be arrogant. People like Silverwing and Man Fong weren't even worthy of carrying Ice Dragon's shoes. They were too far apart and could be killed with a casual move. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming also performed bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped into the air and charged towards Ice Dragon. The two of them started a great battle. Boom, boom, boom. This part of the world exploded. Endless energy mixed with terrifying coldness wreaked havoc in the world. In the distance, some people saw Lu Ming's blood-colored light pillar and wanted to rush over to check the situation. But thousands of miles away, they all widened their eyes in horror and then turned around to leave. Heavens, how can he be so strong? Is he still in the same generation as us? Too terrifying. With such strength, he can almost fight with a sovereign, right? Run, run quickly. Those sky prides scattered in all directions in fear, not daring to get too close for fear of being sucked in and dying an unnatural death. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Ice Dragon had exchanged dozens of moves. Dragon roars shook the sky. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. Every inch of the 9 dragons' body was a weapon of war. He used the true dragon battle technique, 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the suppressing hell heaven's skill one after another. The power of the 9 dragons seemed to be able to destroy everything. The power of the suppressing hell heaven skill seemed to be able to suppress everything. Although the Ice Dragon's frost concept was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming had comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth concepts after all. If he gathered them together, he would be able to contend with it. Rip! With a swipe of his dragon claw, he broke through Ice Dragon's layer of ice battle armor and left a deep mark on it. Bang! The divine dragon swung its tail and the suppressing hell heaven skill exploded, sending Ice Dragon flying. Who is this person? Which continent is he from? He actually has such shocking battle strength. Chapter 1236. I'll let you off this time. Let's fight again next time. After saying that, the Ice Dragon turned around and left. Just like that, it escaped. Lu Ming did not chase after him. He transformed back into his human form and looked coldly in the direction that Ice Dragon had left. Ice Dragon was indeed very strong. Lu Ming still had some tricks up his sleeve and had not activated his 3rd bloodline. However, even if he did, he might not be able to kill Ice Dragon. Moreover, he already had 9 keys. Even if he killed Ice Dragon, he would not be able to obtain more keys. Let's see what's inside the palace. Lu Ming flew into the sky and came to the front of the palace. There was a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 small holes on the tablet that looked like keyholes. With a thought, the 9 keys above his head flew toward the 9 small holes. The 9 keys all entered the small holes. Crack! The door of the palace opened. Just as I thought. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Without hesitation, he stepped out and walked into the main door of the hall. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, the door of the palace closed again. There was a large hall in the palace. Lu Ming looked around. Lu Ming found that there were several platforms in the hall. There were balls of light on the platforms. He could see that there were symbols under the balls of light. On one of the platforms, there were some elixir symbols under the balls of light. The expert of the Heavenly Gods sect said that there was an opportunity in this small plane. The key was with each of them. The opportunity he mentioned should be these balls of light. Lu Ming guessed and continued to look around. The symbols under the balls of light on the other platform were much more complicated. Below some of the balls of light, there were lightning patterns. Below some of the balls of light, there were flame patterns, water patterns, tornadoes, and so on. What's in these balls of light? How many can I choose? They can't all be mine, right? Lu Ming guessed. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming walked to the ball of light with the lightning pattern and reached out to grab it. Poof! The ball of light shattered, and a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. So easy? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Then, his eyes lit up and he reached out to grab another ball of light. He didn't move an inch. That ball of light seemed to be a layer of protective shield, firmly blocking Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and even unleashed his dragon power. However, the ball of light did not budge at all. He could not break it at all. Following that, Lu Ming switched to another ball of light, but the result was still the same. Lu Ming tried almost all the balls of light, but none of them could be broken. It seems that I can only obtain the items in one light ball each time I enter. Lu Ming guessed, but he could only give up. I wonder what's recorded in the pendant. Lu Ming was a little curious. What was the opportunity that the heavenly god sect was talking about? His soul sense submerged into the jade plate, and he began to examine it carefully. It's a martial skill, a low-grade deity-level martial skill. Intent-level martial skill? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with doubt after he took a look. What was an intent-level martial skill? Lu Ming only knew about bloodline martial skills. Apart from bloodline martial skills, all other martial skills were ordinary martial skills. How could there be an intent-level martial skill? Lu Ming had never heard of it before. Immediately, Lu Ming read the contents carefully. Thunder God Strike was the name of this martial skill. So amazing, so magical. After reading for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was filled with amazement. He finally understood what an intent-level martial skill was. Ordinary martial artists comprehended the intent level of heaven and earth. As their cultivation level increased, their power would become stronger. However, they had not unearthed the true power of the intent level. Ordinary martial artists could only use the power of the intent level crudely. For example, Lu Ming's fusion of 5 types of intent levels was only used to increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, the deeper aspects of each intent level were not unearthed. As for intent level martial skills, through special operations and application of martial skills, the power of the intent level could be displayed to the fullest, and the hidden power of the intent level could be used to the extreme. Lu Ming had never heard of intent-level martial skills in the Divine Wilderness continent. Intent-level martial skills were the same as ordinary martial skills. They were low-grade deity level and high-grade deity level. Low-grade deity level intent-level martial skills were mainly about the deeper application of the intent level. As for high-grade deity level martial skills, they were not considered intent-level martial skills. They should be called domain martial skills, and they could be used to the extreme of an emperor's domain. The power of intent-level martial skills was several times stronger than ordinary martial skills, and even bloodline martial skills. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming looked carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was. What a powerful and terrifying power. However, this is too profound. The difficulty of cultivating it is shockingly high. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Intent-level martial skills were powerful, but at the same time, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming felt that even though they were both inferior-grade divine-level martial techniques, the concept martial techniques were 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary inferior-grade divine-level martial techniques. Yes, 100 times. Intent-level martial skills were 100 times harder to cultivate than ordinary martial skills. Lu Ming frowned and looked carefully. In the end, he simply took out the Enlightenment ancient tree and placed it beside him to help him comprehend. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's mind sank into the Thunder God Strike, carefully comprehending its mysteries. After the War of Providence, Lu Ming's comprehension had increased tenfold. At this moment, under the Enlightenment ancient tree, his understanding of the Thunder God Strike was rapidly increasing. Lu Ming was completely immersed in the cultivation of the Thunder God Strike. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. Zzz, bolts of lightning swam around Lu Ming's body, as if they were alive, as if they had spirituality. In the end, there were more and more thunderbolts on Lu Ming's body, and they became thinner and thinner. In the end, the endless thunderbolts were thinner than a strand of hair. Countless such thin thunderbolts were actually woven together to form a thunderbolt combat suit. It looked exactly the same as ordinary clothes. There was no difference at all. However, if anyone touched it with their hands, they would be struck to ashes by the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The first level of the Thunder God Strike has been successfully cultivated. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After 7 days of comprehension, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the first level of the Thunder God Strike. This speed was already very shocking. Some peerless geniuses could not cultivate the first level even if they spent their entire lives. Intent level martial skills are indeed amazing. It can fully unleash the potential of the lightning intent level. I'm still at the first level. The further I cultivate, the stronger the power will be. Lu Ming looked at the thunder battle suit on his body. With a thought, the thunder battle suit dissipated into nothingness. It seems that Ice Dragon should also be cultivating intent level martial skills. No wonder the ice intent level can unleash such terrifying power. Lu Ming thought of Ice Dragon. Chapter 1237. The Divine Ruins Continent was worthy of being the top continent in the Divine Ruins Continent. Martial techniques that had never been heard of in the Divine Wilderness Continent were actually passed down here. Perhaps, the 4 great palaces all had their own martial techniques. Most of the strongest geniuses in the 4 great palaces had come into contact with them. After cultivating for many years, their power must be extraordinary. Lu Ming guessed that Ice Dragon should have cultivated the Ice Will martial technique to the 2nd level. I didn't expect that 7 days have passed unknowingly. It's time to go out. I wonder how Xiao Qing is doing. Lu Ming was a little worried. He had fallen into the previous comprehension unknowingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to comprehend it at this time. He would have definitely looked for Xianyanqing first. This place was too dangerous. The geniuses were killing each other to seize each other's keys and obtain opportunities. Even with Xianyanqing's cultivation and combat strength, it was still dangerous. Without hesitation, Lu Ming walked out. Gotcha! When Lu Ming came to the door opened automatically. Lu Ming stepped out. When Lu Ming went out, the door closed automatically. Whoosh! A blood-red key flew out of the 9 keyholes on the stone tablet and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was Lu Ming's key. As for the other 8 keys, they disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures flew out from the mountains below. Sure enough, someone has entered the palace. Stop him. Don't let him go. It's him. I recognize him. He's from the Divine Wilderness Continent. Voices rang out. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was the top genius of the Divine Crocodile Continent, Yi Kuang. After this period of time, Yi Kuang's cultivation had also broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 6th level spirit god. A total of 3 people surrounded Lu Ming in 3 directions. When they came here some time ago, they discovered that there were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet in front of the door. They knew that someone had entered. The few of them waited in the mountain ridge below. True enough, they saw Lu Ming coming out from it. This person can't be underestimated. His combat strength is not weak. Yi Kuang said solemnly. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us working together, there's no need to be afraid of him. Another young man said. Scram! Lu Ming coldly shouted. You are courting death. Let's join hands and kill him. A young man roared. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped forward and punched out, shattering the man's body into pieces. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards Yi Kuang and his companion. No, Yi Kuang roared in horror. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosions, 2 more corpses appeared on the scene, and 3 more keys appeared above Lu Ming's head, turning it back into 4 keys. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and flew in a certain direction. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense to search for Xianyanqing. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. In just a short while, they had already flown over 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw no less than 10 palaces in the sky. There were indeed many palaces in this world. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked to the front. There was a blood-colored light pillar that soared into the sky. Obviously, someone had obtained more than 6 keys, which was why the blood-red light beam was triggered. I wonder if Shao Qing is over there. Let's go and see. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw that there were also sky prides flying in that direction from other directions. Obviously, the others had also seen the light beam. Someone has obtained more than 6 keys. Kill. Quick, don't let others get ahead of us. Voices sounded one after another. Lu Ming took a casual glance and saw no less than 10 young men flying towards the blood-red light beam. Sure do. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people, Lu Ming saw Shirdu's aura was at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Obviously, he had also broken through to the 4th level during this period. Ahead, on a mountain peak, everyone saw a young man in blue. There were 7 blood-red keys above his head. It's him, it's him. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. He's mine. He's mine. Sensing the young man's cultivation, many people's eyes emitted a blazing light. Nearly 1,000 young sky prides had entered this time. The weakest of them was even at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm. There were even some at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. This person was at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. If they were lucky, he would really obtain 7 keys. If they could kill this person and obtain his 7 keys, they would be able to easily obtain 9 keys and enter the floating palaces to obtain opportunities. The young man in blue was shocked when he saw so many people. He turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? It's too late to escape. Cold shouts sounded. More than 10 figures chased after the young man in blue. Lu Ming frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. However, he was fearless and chased after him from afar. In a flash, the young man in blue fled into a valley. Suddenly swoosh. 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 7 or 8 young men in blue suddenly flew out of the valley. Many of them had 5 or 4 blood-red keys floating above their heads. Haha. So many big fish. We're rich. These people laughed loudly. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Let's go. The young men who were chasing after them were shocked. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. That blue-clothed young man at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm was only bait, and he intentionally obtained the 7 keys in order to draw others to kill him and then lead them into the trap. It's too late to leave now. The few young men in blue clothes sneered as they revealed powerful auras. 2 of them had even reached the terrifying 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were extremely fast. They stepped into the air and surrounded Lu Ming's group. 7th level of the spirit god realm. It's over. They're dead. Someone was terrified. Shirdo was the same. He was terrified and wanted to escape. However, he was surrounded by the young men in blue from all directions. Lu Ming. Shirdo turned around and saw Lu Ming. Previously, his attention was always on the young man in blue and he didn't see Lu Ming. Only now did he see him. His eyes flashed with astonishment. 7 days ago, he saw Lu Ming being surrounded by Silver Wing and Man Feng. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He didn't expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. However, he didn't have time to be astonished. Escaping was more important. Die. The 7 young men in blue attacked. Their sword lights slashed out. Ah! Suddenly, screams sounded out. 5 young men were killed in an instant. The remaining few fought with all their might to block the attack. Shurdo was a little more agile. He dodged the attack. Bang! Lu Ming waved his palm and destroyed the sword chi. Kill! Kill! Chapter 1238. Lion Do and the other young man were lucky enough to survive, but they were terrified to the point of screaming repeatedly. They were utterly no match for the 2 blue-clothed young men at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were too strong and could crush them. No, I don't want to die. Lion Do roared madly in his heart. He was extremely anxious in his heart, and his mind was swiftly thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming. 7 days ago, Lu Ming was clearly surrounded by Silver Wing and Man Feng, but he was still alive and well now. Lu Ming might be able to save him. He hurriedly charged towards Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, save me, save me." "Why should I save you?" Lu Ming sneered. Swish. At this moment, a young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm made a move, and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming blasted out with a punch and dispersed the sword light. This caused the blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm to frown, whereas Lion Do's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was able to block the attack of a 7th level spirit god. At this moment, Lion Do seemed as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. We're from the same place, the same continent. At this moment, we have to work together. Lion Do shouted loudly. Work together? Why didn't you work together when I was trapped 7 days ago? Lu Ming sneered. 7 days ago, Lu Ming had noticed Lion Do's figure from the corner of his eyes. At that time, Lion Do fled faster than anyone, and he even took pleasure in Lion Do's misfortune. Now, Lion Do wanted him to save his life? Wasn't that laughable? I'm weak. Lion Do shouted loudly. What's the point of leaving a weak piece of trash in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then his figure flashed and left Lion Do. No, save me. Lion Do was almost scared to the point of wetting himself when he saw Lu Ming leave, and he wailed. Lu Ming, save me. I'm willing to be your mount as long as you save me. I'm not interested in a mound of trash like you. Lu Ming said. Die. At this moment, a blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm approached Lion Do and slashed out with his sword. No. The lion roared unwillingly and resisted with all its might. However, it was completely useless as its head was sliced off by the sword. Lion Do die. At this moment, only Lu Ming's to kill Lion Do. Let's join forces. A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm spoke. Lu Ming did not see Xianyinqing. He was somewhat disappointed and wanted to leave. Since you've seen us attack, do you still want to leave? A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm sneered. They came from a famous continent. However, if word spread that they had hunted and killed other elites, it would not be good for their reputation. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together, kill him, and leave this place quickly. Roar. Lu Ming unleashed the power of 8 dragons and punched out 8 times in a row. 8 punches blasted out, and the 8 sword lights instantly collapsed. The punches didn't stop and continued to blast forward. 2 young men with weaker cultivations were directly penetrated by the punches. The remaining 4 coughed up mouthfuls of blood and retreated with heavy injuries. Even the 2 7th-level spirit god realm geniuses retreated wildly. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good. This person is too strong. Let's retreat. One of the 7th-level spirit god realm geniuses roared in fear and wanted to escape. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward. His fist aura was shocking, shrouding the remaining 6 people. A few shrill cries resounded out successively as the remaining blue-clothed young men were annihilated. Even if there were two existences at the 7th level of the spirit god realm, they were only able to resist a few moves before being annihilated as well. In just a short moment, more than a dozen geniuses had died in this area. These geniuses stood at the peak of their respective continents. They looked down on their peers and were invincible. They had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline, and it was certain that they would become emperors in the future. But here, their lives were like grass that were constantly being harvested. This way, Lu Ming was even more worried about Xian Yanqing's safety. Buzz! 9 blood-red keys floated above Lu Ming's head, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. However, Lu Ming didn't have the time to pay attention to it, nor did he have the time to open a palace and obtain the fortuitous opportunities inside. He only wanted to find Xian Yanqing first. Whoosh! He stepped forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme, flying into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and he was like a bolt of lightning that flashed in the sky. What's that? A beam of blood-red light? It looks like a blood-red beam of light. There was a blood-red beam of light above Lu Ming's head. Under Lu Ming's high-speed flight, it was like a huge blood-red iron rod that swept across the void, attracting the attention of many people. But many people had only just seen it when the blood-red beam of light had already disappeared into the distance. It was truly too fast. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to the extreme and radiated it in all directions to search for Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. Fortunately, this small world wasn't very big. Lu Ming quickly arrived at the end. Ahead was a chaotic void. Lu Ming turned around and continued to search. An intense battle was taking place in the sky above a lake. 2 7th-level spirit god experts were joining forces to battle a peerless beauty. This woman was precisely Xian Yanqing. At this moment, there were 5 blood-red keys above Xian Yanqing's head. And the 2 7th-level spirit god youths each had 5 blood-red keys. The 2 7th-level spirit god experts joining forces were actually unable to take down Xian Yanqing for a moment. After more than 7 days, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had improved again, reaching the peak of the 6th-level spirit god. However, her combat strength was incomparably terrifying, and she could fight 2 7th-level spirit god geniuses by herself. Devilish chi seethed on Xian Yanqing's body, and it was vast and mighty as it formed numerous terrifying devilish palm prints that smashed towards the other 7th-level spirit god realm expert and entered into a battle with the other 2. For a time, it was difficult to determine the outcome. Not far from the battlefield, there were 3 figures. One of the youths had a tall and sturdy figure, and he had a huge golden hoop on his nose. He crossed his arms and watched quietly. At the side, the other 2 youths stood respectfully by his side. I didn't expect that a woman who hasn't grasped a concept martial skill would actually have such combat strength. It's truly rare. The youth with the nostril hoop spoke indifferently as he looked at Xian Yanqing's peerless beauty, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. This woman is indeed powerful. If young Master Niu can take her down, you can take her as a concubine. At the side, a youth revealed a flattering smile and flattered. The youth with the nostril hoop revealed an expression of interest and said, "Yes, let's wait and see." Damn it. Who is this woman? She actually has such combat strength. We must take her down as soon as possible and not be looked down upon by young Master Niu. One of the youths that besieged Xian Yanqing roared in his heart. The 2 of them gnashed their teeth and attacked Xian Yanqing with all their strength. Chapter 1239. Although Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage, her expression was calm. The demonic aura on her body slowly converged and covered her body like a battle armor. God-slaying demonic sword. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing's glabella lit up and a black demonic sword flew out and slashed down at one of the experts in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. The other party attacked to block, but Xian Yanqing's demonic sword was like an illusion. It slashed through the other party's attack and layers of defense, cutting through the other party's glabella. There was no wound, but the other party's eyes suddenly widened and revealed an extremely shocked expression. But in the next moment, the other party's eyes lost focus and his body fell down. Dead. This person was killed by Xian Yanqing with a single slash. Swoosh. After killing this person, Xian Yanqing controlled the demonic sword and slashed across the other person's body. There was still no wound, but that person screamed and his body shook violently. He frantically retreated and his aura was weak, as if he had been seriously injured. What a pity. Xian Yanqing muttered. Then her delicate body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her small face was a little pale. Obviously, that move just now had put a huge burden on her. How is this possible? The two people beside the nostril ring youth were dumbfounded. God-slaying spirit god realm, what a powerful move. The nostril ring youth had a grave expression, but the light in his eyes was even more intense. You, get lost, you useless thing. The nostril ring youth stepped out and casually glanced at the injured young man and coldly scolded. The young man gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to refute. This nostril ring youth was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western God Palace. His strength was terrifying and his methods were cruel. He didn't dare to refute. Girl, surrender. Although you have some skills, you don't have the power to resist in front of me. The nostril ring youth walked step by step towards Xian Yanqing. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The 8th level of the spirit god realm. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness. This nostril-hooded youth was giving her immense pressure, but it was impossible for her to surrender. Xian Yanqing's stature flashed, and he retreated like a wisp of devil light. You can't escape from me. The young man with the nostril ring did not panic. Lightning flashed on his body and his body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and approached Xian Yanqing at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At the same time, the youth with the nostril ring waved his hand, and a chain completely condensed from thunder and lightning wrapped around Xian Yanqing. Sky Demon Force Field. Xian Yanqing shouted as the heavenly demon force field exploded with full force. At the same time, she used bloodline fusion to increase the power of the heavenly demon force field to the extreme. Within the heavenly demon force field, the lightning chain's speed suddenly slowed down. What a miraculous force field. It has a trace of the power of a domain. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. The youth with the nostril ring's eyes turned cold. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the lightning chain suddenly exerted force, cutting the heavenly demon force field in half and wrapping around Xian Yanqing at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly Demon Great Palm. Xian Yanqing's heavenly demon bloodline sent out a few palm prints, but they exploded after being hit by the lightning chain. Xian Yanqing's face turned even paler, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. I said, you can't resist in front of me. The youth with the nostril ring spoke coldly with an arrogant expression. God-slaying demon sword. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth. Ignoring her injuries, she unleashed the full power of the god-slaying demon sword. Her forehead glowed, and a black sword light slashed through the void toward the youth with the nostril ring. Facing this sword, the youth with the nostril ring revealed a slightly serious expression, and the power of thunder and lightning on his body surged. 9 Thunder Sword. The youth with the nostril ring slashed down with his hand, and a battle sword flashing with lightning slashed out, clashing with Xian Yanqing's demonic sword. With a bang, the 9 Thunder Sword gave off a blazing light, hoping to block the demonic sword. But in the end, it only blocked a portion of the sword, and a small portion continued to slash toward the youth with the nostril ring. Block it. The youth with the nostril ring was covered in lightning, forming a lightning armor that blocked the demonic sword. In the end, the demonic sword was weakened layer by layer, and only a sliver of it reached the youth with the nostril ring. The youth with the nostril ring trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he took a step back. Damn it! You dare to injure my soul! The youth with the nostril ring roared, and his expression was extremely dark. Xian Yanqing's body trembled, and she retreated, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Little girl, I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. The youth with the nostril ring shouted coldly, and his body was covered in lightning. He stepped forward and quickly approached Xianyinxing. Lu Ming. Xianyinxing sighed in her heart, and then a trace of viciousness appeared in her eyes. Even if she died, she would not let herself fall into the hands of the youth with the nostril ring. Ah! What's that? Suddenly, a youth looked into the distance and exclaimed. The youth with the nostril ring and Xianyinxing subconsciously looked in that direction. In that direction, a blood-red beam of light was moving at a terrifying speed. It was as if a blood-red stick was tearing through the void. Rumble. The sound of space exploding was heard, and they saw a youth flying toward them at a terrifying speed. Because he was so fast, the space was shattered. Lu Ming. Xianyinxing exclaimed. The person who came was Lu Ming. Halt. A youth stepped out and blocked Lu Ming's path. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force enveloped the youth with an unstoppable force. The youth's pupils dilated rapidly, and in the next moment, he screamed in pain and his body exploded in the air. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside Xianyinxing. Little Qing, you're injured. Seeing Xianyinxing's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Lu Ming's heart ached. However, he was relieved that Xianyinxing was fine. Lu Ming, I'm fine. Xianyinxing smiled. She was so beautiful that even the young man with the nostril ring was stunned by her beauty. Little Qing, don't worry, I'll avenge you. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of Xianyinxing's mouth. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianyinxing's intimate expressions, the youth with the nostril ring showed jealousy in his eyes. He shouted coldly, Brat, how dare you kill my men and stand beside my woman? You're courting death. Your woman. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He looked at the youth with the nostril ring and said, just because of what you said, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, kill me? Brat, with just you? The youth with the nostril ring laughed. Lu Ming, be careful. This person is one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the West Divine Palace, Lanyo. Xianyinxing whispered. Don't worry, he'll become a dead bull soon. Chapter 1240. Die. Lanyo shouted coldly and waved his hand. A lightning chain flew out and wrapped around Lu Ming. Roar. 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 Dragon roars came from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed 9 strands of dragon energy. Lanyo was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western Divine Palace. He was at the same level as Ice Dragon. It was very likely that he had grasped a martial skill. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be careless. 9 strands of dragon energy exploded out. Boom! Lanyo threw out a punch and the space within a dozen miles exploded into nothingness. Lanyo's lightning chain also collapsed in an instant. A terrifying fist energy continued to fly towards Lanyo. Lanyo's face changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too shocking. It had far exceeded his expectations. 9 lightning sword. A huge lightning sword appeared in Lanyo's hand and he slashed down. Boom! The lightning sword and Lu Ming's fist energy clashed. The sky was filled with lightning. Half of the sky was filled with lightning. It was like a punishment from the heavens. It's indeed a martial skill. Furthermore, it's like the thunder god strike. It's a martial skill with the thunder intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lanyo had used the thunder intent to a terrifying extent. There was no other way to use it other than a martial skill with the thunder intent. Kill! Lanyo roared and charged towards Lu Ming with the lightning sword in his hand. Lu Ming's strength made Lanyo want to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming also charged towards Lanyo. The 5-colored intent revolved around him. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power of the suppressing hell heaven skill exploded out. Boom! Lu Ming threw out another punch at the 9 lightning sword. The land of lightning was like the might of the heavens. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of the might of the heavens. He broke through the might of the heavens and charged upwards, destroying the 9 lightning sword. Lei Nio's face darkened. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly at the early stage of the 7th level spirit god realm. His cultivation was lower than Lei Nio's, but Lu Ming was able to fight him. He was a peerless genius, unrivaled among those of the same level. No one had ever been able to fight him with a cultivation base lower than his. Kill, kill. 9 different colors appeared on the lightning sword in his hand. 9 different types of lightning energy converged, and its power became even more terrifying. Boom! 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 Lu Ming punched out continuously. On his fist, the shadow of a stone tablet was faintly discernible. The hell-suppressing heaven art clashed with the thunder battle sword, causing the world to shake. Chi-la! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm was sent flying and landed on a mountain range in the distance. That mountain range was thousands of miles long. Under the power of the lightning, it exploded, turning into rubble and dust. Boom! A fist energy landed on the ground, creating an immeasurably deep hole in the ground. Blazing lava gushed out from the ground. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a row, but it was hard to determine the victor. Moo! The thunder bull suddenly let out a loud roar. His body rapidly grew, and finally, he turned into a giant bull that was as big as a mountain. His entire body was covered with lightning. The thunder bull was a demonic beast, and this was his true form. Bang! Bang! The giant thunderbull stepped on the void, and his 2 sharp horns were like heavenly blades. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 sharp horns shone and slashed out 2 combat sabers condensed by thunder, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches, and the 2 lightning blades were sent flying. However, his body trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. The demonic beasts were stronger in their true form. 9 lightning sword, 10,000 sword kill. The thunderbull shouted. The lightning energy on his body was even more shocking. Endless lightning spread out, and some were even thicker than a water tank. With the thunderbull as the center, they shot out and danced in the sky. Lu Ming. Not far away, Xian Yanqing's demonic qi spread out, and he was resisting the force outside. He had a worried look on his face. Who is this person? He actually forced young Master Thunderbolt to use his strongest combat strength. In the distance, there were 2 young men who were shocked to see this scene. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Endless lightning gathered on the Thunderbull's body, and it turned into 9-colored battle swords that slashed towards Lu Ming. This was the power of intent realm martial techniques. It could kill everything, and it was like a lightning tribulation that could destroy all life. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons, and 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously. The sky shook, and there was a dense explosion. The lightning swords exploded in the sky. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped forward, and they rushed towards the Thunderbull, clawing at him. Bang! The dragon claw landed on the Thunderbull's body, but it was blocked by layers of barriers. First was the lightning armor. The dragon claw pierced through the lightning armor and landed on the Thunderbull's body. It was like hitting a drum. With a bang, the dragon claw bounced off. At the same time, the Thunderbull's horns glowed, and a lightning bolt struck Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming's defenses. Moo! Roar! A dragon and a bull fought in the sky, and it was as if they had returned to prehistoric times. After more than 10 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. Kid, let's fight again next time. The Thunderbull said. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was endless. Every time he was hit by Lu Ming's dragon claws, he would feel pain all over his body. He couldn't help but want to retreat. Want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Humph, kid, although you're strong, I'm not weak either. You can't do anything to me. The Thunderbull snorted. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. In the next moment, a drop of blood appeared, and a layer of blood light appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. The third bloodline. As soon as the blood light appeared, the 9 dragons' strength suddenly skyrocketed. With a claw, they broke through the Thunderbull's defenses, leaving a deep claw mark on his body, and blood flowed out. The Thunderbull was furious. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be holding back. Moo! The Thunderbull roared and wanted to rush out. Bang! Every step of the 9 dragons' stomp could pierce through the sky. The lightning on the Thunderbull's body was scattered, leaving wounds on his body. Blood flowed out, and even his bones were exposed. The Thunderbull roared crazily. He felt a chill in his heart. Lu Ming was too strong and could threaten his life. He rushed out crazily. Kill! Lu Ming roared. 9 dragon claws grabbed one of the Thunderbull's front legs and tore it apart. With a tearing sound, one of the Thunderbull's front legs was torn off by Lu Ming. The Thunderbull wailed. Thunderbolt escape! He let out a long roar as strands of blood wrapped around his body. Afterward, the Thunderbull's body shrunk rapidly and turned into a bolt of lightning. With a flash, he rushed thousands of miles away and disappeared into the distance with another flash. So fast? Lu Ming frowned. It was too late to chase now. This Thunderbull's life-saving means were not bad. Young Master Thunderbull lost. Run, run! The remaining 2 screamed in horror and ran for their lives. But in a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of them. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming slapped them twice. The 2 of them screamed miserably, vomiting blood and retreating. Shao Qing, I'll leave these 2 for you to kill. Lu Ming said. Spare me. Chapter 1241. After killing the 2, there were a total of 9 keys above Xian Yanqing's head, and a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky. It complemented the blood-red pillar of light above Lu Ming's head. Little Qing, let's go and open that palace together. Lu Ming walked towards Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded. The 2 of them walked side by side and flew towards the nearest palace. Not long after, a palace appeared in their field of vision. However, the blood-red pillars of light from the 2 of them were too eye-catching. Swoosh! Swoosh! 7 or 8 young experts flew over from all directions. Their eyes were blazing with passion. Both of them have 9 keys each. Some people's eyes lit up. Get lost! Lu Ming directly punched the strongest person among them. A fist energy pierced through the sky and struck toward that person. The terrifying pressure made that person's soul leave his body. He tried his best to set up a defense, but in the end, he was still hit by Lu Ming's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss hiss hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Everyone recognized that person just now. He was a genius who had stepped onto the 36 Big Dipper Peak, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level spirit god realm. He was actually hit by Lu Ming until he spat out a mouthful of blood, which made everyone terrified. A monster. Go, go. Run. The remaining people fled in all directions, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Before long, not a single one of them was left. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to them and came to the front of the palace with Xian Yanqing. There was also a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet. Little Qing, you go first. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded. With a thought, 9 blood-red keys flew into the keyholes and the door opened. Lu Ming, I'll go in and wait for you. Xian Yanqing said. I don't know if 2 people can enter in a row. You go in first. If I don't go in, it means that I went to another palace. You don't have to wait for me. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and stepped through the door. After Xian Yanqing stepped through the door closed automatically. I wonder if it's still useful. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the 9 keys flew towards the 9 keyholes. Unfortunately, the 9 keys stayed outside, unable to enter. As expected, it's useless. Only one person can enter a palace at a time. Lu Ming shook his head and walked away. Not long after, Lu Ming found another palace. There was obviously no one in this palace. Lu Ming opened the door of the palace with 9 keys and stepped in. The scene in the hall was almost the same as the last time he saw it. There were also a few shelves. On the shelves, there were balls of light. Under the balls of light, there were different symbols. Lu Ming sized them up carefully, pondering how he should make his choice. He had the Thunder God strike for the time being. If he chose another one, he wouldn't have time to cultivate it. The Thunder God strike was enough for Lu Ming to comprehend. If he could cultivate the Thunder God strike to the highest level, its power would be shocking. It would be enough for the time being. Learning another one wouldn't be of much use. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to choose a pill. If it could be placed together with a concept martial skill, it wouldn't be bad. However, the symbols of the pills looked similar. He couldn't tell what pill it was, so he could only choose randomly. Lu Ming grabbed at a ball of light. The ball of light shattered and a jade bottle appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Domain Condensing Pill. There was a label on the jade bottle with 3 words written on it. It's actually a domain condensing pill? Lu Ming's eyes lit up with a blazing light. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. He had heard of the domain condensing pill before. However, it didn't exist in the divine wilderness continent. It was only a legend. If a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage wanted to advance, he would have to transform his concept into a domain. However, this step was undoubtedly extremely difficult, shockingly difficult. If he could condense a domain, he would be considered a prime. However, if a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage took the domain condensing pill, it would greatly increase the chances of condensing a domain. It would even make it easier to condense a complete domain. This was a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable. The Heavenly Gods sect was indeed a major force in the Yuanlu. They could even casually take out the domain condensing pill as a reward. Or perhaps, a peerless divine pill like the domain condensing pill was just ordinary in the eyes of the Heavenly Gods sect. However, this was definitely a peerless divine pill for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Great Perfection stage, this domain condensing pill could help Lu Ming reach the prime stage quickly. Lu Ming carefully put it away. Then, he tried the other balls of light. As expected, none of them could be opened. Let's go take a look at Shaoqing. Lu Ming didn't stop. He went out of the hall and arrived at the hall that Xian Yanqing had entered. However, the door of Xian Yanqing's hall was tightly shut. Xian Yanqing didn't come out. Lu Ming stopped at a nearby mountain peak and let Dandan keep watch outside. Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and sat under the tree of enlightenment to comprehend the Thunder God strike. In this small world, the massacre continued. One by one, the top geniuses of their respective continents were killed here and would forever stay in this land. Some of the weaker ones didn't dare to show their faces at all. They looked for a safe place to hide. As for the strong ones, they hunted everywhere. It was a scene of blood and slaughter. In a valley, Longchen transformed into the primordial dragonesque elephant and roared at the sky. He took a step forward and killed 2 7th-level spirit god experts. Now, Longchen's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the spirit god realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Then, Longchen gathered the 9 keys and stepped into a hall. On a large river, Ice Dragon waved his hand and sealed several young experts in ice. He also gathered the 9 keys and entered a hall. In a land full of holes, Xian Yinjuan's body was pure and holy. Milky white light suffused the air. 9 keys floated above her head. Not far from her was the 3 strongest geniuses of the Southern God Palace, Wang Zhen. Miss Ninjuan, you enter the hall first. I'll go to the other halls. Wang Zhen said. Thank you, young Master Wang. Xian Yinjuan nodded and stepped into a hall. A blazing light flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes, and then he walked towards the other halls. Scenes like this were happening all over this small world. Top geniuses like Ji Hongchen had gathered the 9 keys and entered the halls to obtain fortuitous opportunities. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Half a month's time was almost up. After 7 days of comprehension, he had made great progress in the Thunder God strike. However, he still needed some time to cultivate it to the 2nd level. At this time, Dandan sent news that Xian Yanqing had come out. Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram. As expected, he saw Xian Yanqing standing in front of the hall and looking around. Xian Yanqing smiled when she saw Lu Ming flying over. "Little Qing, what did you get?" Lu Ming asked. "It's a pill," Xian Yanqing explained. She had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert in the divine ruins. Within it, there were several martial skills related to the concept of the Devil Tao. Chapter 1242. I chose the demon essence pill, but I didn't expect that as soon as I got it, my bloodline would directly appear and take the initiative to swallow the demon essence pill, so I could only start to refine it. I didn't expect that this cultivation would take 7 days. Xian Yanqing explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Xian Yanqing stayed in the palace for 7 days. "Little Qing, your cultivation." Lu Ming carefully looked at Xian Yanqing and felt that Xian Yanqing's true essence fluctuation was incomparably powerful. After I refined the demon essence pill, my cultivation broke through from the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm to the 7th level of the spirit god realm in one go. Xian Yanqing said. 7th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 7th level of the spirit god realm was a peak existence among all the geniuses this time. Xian Yanqing could break through to the 7th level of the spirit god realm, and coupled with Xian Yanqing's own combat strength, there was no need to worry about protecting himself. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. There was less than a day before half a month. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing wandered around. If they encountered others, Lu Ming didn't mind killing them and seizing the key. However, after flying for a while, they didn't encounter anyone. Many people with lower cultivation had hidden during this period of time, and it was difficult to find them. Time flew by quickly. Buzz. Suddenly, the space trembled. Lu Ming felt the space around him tighten, and he disappeared from this place. In the next moment, he appeared on the 36 Big Dipper peaks in the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing also appeared beside him. Countless people were watching in the surroundings. "They're out. The first round is over," someone exclaimed softly. In the air above the 36 Big Dipper peaks, people constantly flashed out. Soon, more than 500 people appeared in the air. But after that, no one else appeared. Only 500 people were left. Many people's hearts trembled. Needless to say, the remaining people would definitely stay inside forever. Nearly 1,000 people, but only 500 people came out. The death rate was nearly half. Such a death rate was too high. It was truly frightening. "Lanyo, you actually lost an arm? Who has the strength to do so?" A voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a nostril hoop. One of his arms was missing, and his face was extremely gloomy. Many geniuses, including some rulers, also looked at the Thunder Bull. Lanyo is one of the 3 strongest cultivators of the West God Palace. Who could have cut off one of his arms? He has such strength? Could it be the strongest experts of the other 3 divine palaces? Or are they the 2nd strongest in the continent? How formidable! Thunderbull's combat strength is already terrifying and shocking. I once saw him easily kill 3 perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods, and he was even capable of going against an exalt, yet he actually lost an arm. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. They were incomparably shocked. This made Lanyo's face even gloomier. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He then snorted coldly and walked toward the West Divine Palace. The others looked at each other and flew in 4 different directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing arrived at the South God Palace. The middle-aged man in black swept his gaze across them, and his face was a little gloomy. More than half of the geniuses of the South God Palace had come here. The loss was too great. One had to know that as long as these geniuses did not die, they would definitely become rulers in the future, and not just any ordinary rulers. So many people have died. Lu Ming was also secretly observing. Almost every continent had people who died in battle. On the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Xian Yinjuan, Yang Patian, Monk Wuliang, Moonless Bodhisattva, and Underworld Child. For example, the Cerberus and Kong Lin were no longer there. Obviously, they had died in battle. Including Lion Capital, the Divine Wilderness continent had lost 3 geniuses. Such a loss was considered small. Some continents were almost completely wiped out. For example, the 8th-ranked Zhanping continent had lost 70% to 80% of its geniuses. Even the 2nd-ranked genius had died. The Divine Crocodile continent was even more miserable. Only 2 or 3 geniuses were left, looking at each other. The Bayou continent had also suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures flashed, and 2 figures in feathered robes appeared on both sides of Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent covered Lu Ming. My hair, what's going on? Monk Wuliang chanted the name of Buddha. The others on the South God Palace side also looked at the 2 youths in feathered robes. Of the 2 youths in feathered robes, one was wearing a golden feather robe, and the other was wearing black wings. Golden Wing, Shani, what are you 2 doing? Ji Hongchen frowned slightly and said. He killed Silver Wing, and Silver Wing left a special aura on his body. Only the winged clan can sense it. The youth in the golden feather robe said coldly. What? He killed Silver Wing? He can kill Silver Wing? Many geniuses on the South God Palace side were puzzled. Silver Wing was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Bayou continent. He had stepped onto the 36th heaven astral peak, and his cultivation was profound. His battle strength was strong. How could someone from the Divine Wilderness continent kill Silver Wing? Ji Hongchen frowned and did not continue speaking. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and Xian Yinjuan were gloating. That's right, I killed Silver Wing. At this moment, Lu Ming said. Since he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide. How dare you kill a genius of the Bayou continent? Speak, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack? I don't believe that a trash from the Divine Wilderness continent like you can kill Silver Wing. Golden Wing scolded coldly. We are all from the South God Palace, but you have an internal conflict. You killed a genius of the Bayou continent and weakened the strength of the South God Palace. Speak, what are your intentions? Also, who is your helper? Is it someone else from the Divine Wilderness continent? The black-feathered Shani said as his cold gaze swept across the other people from the Divine Wilderness continent. Xian Yinjuan, Underworld Child, and Yang Potion's faces turned ugly. I have nothing to do with him. I have always been with young Master Wang Zhen. Xian Yinjuan explained. That's right, I can testify that Miss Nianqing has nothing to do with this matter. Wang Zhen opened his mouth and explained. I also have nothing to do with him. I have a grudge with him. Yang Patian and Underworld Child spoke one after another, wanting to distance themselves from Lu Ming. Heartless Monk and Moonless Bodhisattva did not speak. Xian Yinqing stood closely beside Lu Ming. Bang! At this moment, Long Chen stepped forward and stood beside Lu Ming. This made Xian Yinjuan, Yang Patian, and the others' expressions change. Long Chen was actually standing beside Lu Ming. Why would I need others to kill Silver Wing? I can kill him with a flip of my hand. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. Also, you have to understand one thing. It was Silver Wing who wanted to kill me first, so I killed him. You don't have to slander me for no reason. It's useless. Nonsense, don't try to quibble. Since you have admitted that you killed Silver Wing, you have to pay with your life. Now kneel down and admit your crimes. Also, these accomplices are all guilty. Kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. When the celestial divine sex disciple selection is over, I will bring you back to the Bayou continent and pronounce your crimes. Chapter 1243. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the other parties. The geniuses of the other three divine palaces all looked over as if they were watching a show. Beasts are beasts. Their brains don't work well. Lu Ming curled his lips. You are courting death. Jin Yi shouted. Shen Yi's eyes were cold. The other geniuses of the Bayou continent were all filled with murderous intent and shrouded Lu Ming. Whoosh! Jin Yi's body burst out with golden light. He formed a claw with his fingers and clawed at Lu Ming, making a sharp piercing sound. Boom! Boom! Xian Yanqing and Long Chen's aura burst out. You don't have to do anything. It's just a few beasts. Lu Ming said and punched out. Bang! Crack! Lu Ming's punch landed on the golden wing's claw, causing the sound of bones breaking to be heard. The golden wing screamed and retreated continuously. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at the scene in disbelief. Jin Yi was also an expert who had stepped onto the 36 Tiangang Peak. Now, Lu Ming's punch had broken his finger bone. It was unbelievable. The black-robed middle-aged man from the southern divine palace had been standing quietly in the void, watching indifferently without saying a word. Kill! Jin Yi's finger bone was broken by Lu Ming's punch. He was angry and turned into his original form, a golden eagle. He flapped his wings and attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, Shen Yi's eyes were cold. He also turned into his original form and attacked Lu Ming. The two geniuses who had stepped onto the Tiangang Peak actually joined forces to attack Lu Ming. It was despicable. Well, the bird meat contains the bloodline of a divine beast. It's just right for me to have a good meal. Lu Ming said coldly. The dragon power in his body burst out and he punched out twice. Wherever the fist passed, the space was squeezed into a ball and blasted toward Jin Yi and Shen Yi. Two wails sounded, and the sky was filled with golden and black feathers. Jin Yi and Shen Yi were seriously injured in one move. Kill! Lu Ming consecutively sent out two palms. His palms were like heavenly blades, slashing at the necks of the golden wings and divine wings. A terrifying power erupted, blasting the two bird heads into pieces. Jin Yi and Shen Yi were instantly killed. Hiss! Many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Those were two geniuses who could step onto Tiangang Peak, but they were killed by Lu Ming so easily. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes lit up with surprise. He had some impression of Lu Ming. Back in the divine desolate continent, Lu Ming had only possessed a rank 8 divine realm bloodline, but he had easily defeated Mu Feng, which had attracted his attention. Therefore, he had made an exception and allowed Lu Ming to come to the divine ruins continent with him. Now, the abilities that Lu Ming displayed were even more shocking. Even he was taken aback. As for Wang Zhen, Ji Hongchen, and the purple-haired youth, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and seriousness. Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention. Many people from the other three divine palaces were also shocked. Who is this person? His combat strength is not bad. I didn't expect Southern Divine Palace to have such a hidden character other than those three guys. Someone spoke, obviously treating Lu Ming as an opponent. Among them, Lei Niu and Bing Long snorted coldly, their faces ugly. You killed Jin Yi and Shen Yi? A genius from the Bayou continent asked in a trembling voice, extremely shocked. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the corpses of Shen Yi and Jin Yi. He said, "What? You want to fight too?" The youth from the Bayou continent was horrified. Lu Ming. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Wang Zhen stepped out and his gaze fell on Lu Ming. He said, "Lu Ming, your methods are too vicious. Jin Yi and Shen Yi only said a few words to you and you killed them. Moreover, Jin Yi and Shen Yi are two generals of my Southern Divine Palace. You killed them so ruthlessly to weaken my southern divine palace's strength. With your temperament, you are not qualified to participate in the divine sky sex selection. Wang Zhen's eyes flickered with a ruthless light. Xian Yinjuan had told him about her conflict with Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. At this time, he wanted to seize the opportunity to perform in front of Xian Yinjuan and gain Xian Yinjuan's favor. Haha. Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhen and sneered, "Are you blind? They wanted to kill me just now. Can't I fight back and kill them? How about this, if I want to kill you, you can stand still and let me kill you." "You're just quibbling," Wang Zhen said. "Who do you think you are? I don't need to quibble with you. Get lost." Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly scolded him. This made Wang Zhen's face extremely gloomy. Who was he? The three strongest geniuses of Southern Divine Palace, and the Wang family's influence in the Southern Divine Palace was even stronger than the Mu family. Lu Ming dared to talk to him like this? "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed Golden Wings and Shen Yi. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you," Wang Zhen said coldly as a cold murderous intent rose from his body. "Enough." At this time, the voice of the middle-aged man in black came out and made Wang Zhen stop. Golden Wings and Shen Yi were at fault in this matter. They wanted to kill others, but they didn't have the ability and were killed instead. They can't blame anyone else, the middle-aged man in black said. But Wang Zhen wanted to say more. The middle-aged man in black reached out his hand and Wang Zhen could only swallow his words. "Kid, you're lucky today." Wang Zhen stared coldly at Lu Ming and turned to leave. He walked to Xian Yinjuan's side and said, "Don't worry, I'll find a chance to kill that kid." Xian Yinjuan nodded casually. At this time, there was a powerful fluctuation in the sky and a few figures appeared in the air. It was the silver-haired elder and two middle-aged men from the celestial sect. As for the three young men, there was no trace of them. "Okay, the first round is over. Next, we'll set up the venue for the second round. It will take half a month. Those who survived the first round will gather here in half a month." After the silver-haired elder finished his announcement, he turned and left. Half a month later, the second round of the competition would begin. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. After half a month, they might be able to join the celestial sect. Then, the crowd dispersed and flew in different directions. "Let's go and barbecue." Lu Ming laughed. The sky prides of the Bayou continent trembled and their faces turned ugly. Soon, the crowd returned to their residence. Half an hour later, in Lu Ming's courtyard, there was a rich aroma of meat that spread throughout the entire Southern Divine Palace residence. That Lu Ming really barbecued Golden Wings and Shen Yi. Some young men from other continents were dumbfounded. "Brother Long, come and eat together." Lu Ming called out to Long Chen's room. The door opened and Long Chen strode in. "I have rice hair. Almsgiver Lu, I wonder if I have the fortune to eat a piece." Unscrupulous monk appeared and looked at the two golden roasted birds. His eyes lit up and his saliva almost flowed out. "Of course." Chapter 1244. Ha ha ha, this little monk can't eat benefactor Lu's food for free. This little monk has some top-grade wine that matches this barbecue. Monk Wuliang stepped forward and waved his hand. 7 or 8 jars of wine appeared on the ground. This, Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Long Chen were all stunned. How could there be such a monk in the Buddhist sect? Amitabha. Ha, then this little monk won't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang laughed, his eyes shining. He rolled up his sleeves, tore off a bird's wing, and began to chew on it. Lu Ming smiled and picked up a jar of wine. He opened it and took a big gulp. It was mellow and sweet in his mouth. It was warm and comfortable in his stomach. Even his true essence was flowing smoothly. This was truly a top-grade wine. This monk Wuliang really knew how to enjoy himself. Next, he seemed to be gulping down wine and eating meat. In 2 hours, 7 or 8 jars of wine had been finished. The 2 large birds with 9th level divine beast bloodline had been gnawed until only bones were left. What was even more shocking was that Monk Wuliang didn't even let go of the bones and began to chew on them. This is good stuff. It would be a pity to miss it. Don't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang muttered as he stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Ming and the other 2 looked at each other. After another half an hour, Monk Wuliang reluctantly left. Shao Qing, there is a thunder region 1,000,000 miles away from the ancient city of God. I plan to take advantage of this half a month to go to the thunder region to cultivate the concept martial arts. Lu Ming told Xian Yanqing his plan. I want to choose a concept martial art to cultivate. During this time, I will cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing nodded. Then, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing entered the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. Chirp chirp, a meatball flew over and rushed into Lu Ming's arms, rubbing against him with all its might. It was Bubbles. During this period of time, Lu Ming had placed the bubbles in the mountain river diagram. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were very sticky. Little guy, let me carry you. Lu Ming rubbed the bubbles, then exited the mountain and river diagram. He left the southern god palace's mansion and headed west of the ancient city of gods. The lightning region was to the west of the ancient city of gods. In a room in the western divine palace, Lei Nyo's face was extremely gloomy. Looking at his empty arm, he was even more furious and filled with killing intent. The domain enlightened spirit god realm was still incapable of regrowing severed limbs, and only by breaking through to the martial monarch realm would one be able to regrow an arm. This wasn't a big deal. Lei Nyo was worried that the sky god's sex selection this time would affect the sky god's sex perception of him. At this moment, a black shadow flashed and a skinny black-clothed old man appeared in the room. Young Master Nyo, what instructions do you have for me? The black-clothed old man bowed and asked. Send a message back and ask my master to send some experts over. I want to find a chance to kill that brat. Lei Nyo said with killing intent. Yes. The black-clothed old man bowed and accepted the order, and then his figure flashed and left. I've lost a lot of my origin energy this time, so I need to find a place to recover. The lightning region to the west of the ancient city of gods is a place where lightning gathers. It just happens to be suitable for me. Lei Nyo muttered to himself. A distance of 1,000,000 miles was covered in an instant for Lu Ming. Black clouds covered the area in front of him, and endless black clouds were rolling. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the clouds and covered the entire sky like silver snakes. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and everything fell into a dormant state. This was a vast and boundless lightning region. This was the lightning region, and it was called the boundless lightning region because it was extremely vast. Swoosh. Lu Ming paused for a moment before he stepped out and entered the lightning region. Crack. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the lightning region, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm struck towards Lu Ming. Thunder God strike. Lu Ming grasped the void and condensed bolts of lightning out of thin air, canceling out the bolts of lightning that struck towards him. What a strong power of lightning, what a strong lightning concept. Lu Ming extended his spiritual consciousness and felt the space around him. It was filled with extremely rich power of lightning. This place is still too weak. Let's go deeper. Lu Ming continued to step into the depths of the lightning region. Along the way, lightning constantly struck Lu Ming, but they were all easily blocked by Lu Ming's Thunder God strike. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the power of lightning here to comprehend the Thunder God strike. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He felt the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness vibrate slightly. Then, his glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron appeared on its own. The lightning cauldron vibrated slightly and produced a strong suction force. Bolts of lightning were attracted to the lightning cauldron and flew towards it, disappearing into it. This works too. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment and then revealed a look of joy. Swoosh. Lu Ming used his movement technique and ran towards the depths of the lightning region at an extremely fast speed. The deeper he went into the lightning region, the stronger the power of lightning. The lightning concept would also be stronger and easier to comprehend. On the way, Lu Ming also noticed a few auras. Obviously, there were other people cultivating here. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a valley. The power of lightning here was incomparably strong. Endless lightning bolts constantly fell down with an astonishing aura. This is it. Lu Ming walked into the valley and sat down cross-legged. He quietly comprehended the power of lightning between heaven and earth and cultivated the thunder god strike. The lightning cauldron floated above his head, absorbing a few huge bolts of lightning from time to time. There were traces of lightning swimming around the cauldron, shining brightly. Chirp chirp, Bubbles lazily laid on Lu Ming's body and squinted its eyes to look around. Lightning is destruction, a punishment from the heavens. Lu Ming carefully comprehended and muttered. He was comprehending the essence of the power of lightning. The power of lightning was a punishment from the heavens. Everything was afraid of it and its power was extremely terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend its essence. In the past, Lu Ming only used it casually and did not dig deeper. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the valley for 3 days. In these 3 days, he had benefited a lot. He was very close to the second level of the Thunder God Strike and could break through at any time. However, at this time, Lu Ming felt that the power of the lightning in the valley was not enough. He needed a stronger power of lightning to cultivate. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the valley, continuing to go deeper. 2 hours later, Lu Ming came to a majestic mountain. In the sky above the mountain, endless lightning scattered and the power of lightning was incomparably dense. However, Lu Ming sensed that there were many caves in the mountain. There were auras entrenched in them. Obviously, there were experts cultivating here. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and turned to leave. He did not want to stay here any longer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the mountain. A green-robed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path.